Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. It looks like everything is working properly today. Yesterday, it was not. So, we can finally get to the video much quicker today. I was reading last night about the church struggle in Germany. I was thinking about covering more information on it. It's fascinating. I found this claim that in multiple books. I found this claim in Doris Bergen's A Twisted Cross, which is a definitive book on the church struggle in Germany during Hitler's reign. She's an expert. Let me rephrase. She's the expert on the church struggle living today. Victoria Barnett, who I've worked with, is the expert on Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who is somewhat involved in the church struggle. So I find this claim that the Nazified Christians wanted to call themselves the Christian Nationalists. That's pretty on the nose, right? The Christian Nationalists. And I found it in another book called A Church Undone, which is like a book that published a bunch of church documents from a long time ago. And I saw this in multiple places from multiple experts. I wanted to know if this was real. Did they call themselves the Christian Nationalists? And the answer is kind of. They did. A little bit. I dug into it heavily. As Victoria Barnett says, it's nuanced, but they were Christian nationalists. They called themselves originally evangelische Nationalsozialisten, which basically means Christian nationalist Nazis, Christian national socialists, Protestant national socialists. And the name was a little too close to what they really were. So Hitler said he wanted to rename it from the Christian nationalists or national socialists to the German Christians for propaganda reasons. Anyway, it's an interesting story, and I'm going to tell the whole story in my new book that I'm writing, God's People. I didn't tell that story in my first book because I couldn't verify it, but I'm like digging into the archives. I got the memoirs written in the 1960s of one of the main characters involved in that whole thing, Reinhold Krauss. And that was hard to find, those memoirs. They were only in German. I had to translate them. And they just finished text-to-speeching. Let's see how it sounds. One People, One Reich, One Faith is the name of it. Let's see. Originally in German.
Introduction. One People, One Reich, One Faith. The Memoirs of the German Christian Sports Palace Speaker, Dr. Reinhold Krauss. Edited and annotated by Olaf Kuhl Freudenstein. Dr. Reinhold Krauss. Born in Berlin in 1893, died in Konstanz in 1980. Is one of modern German Protestantism's most controversial figures.
We're not going to listen to the whole thing.
What makes him historically significant is the role he played.
We're not going to listen to the whole thing. I just wanted to kind of... This is my first time hearing it since it finished, like, TTSing last night. So I just wanted to listen to a second or two.
In one of the biggest upheavals German Protestantism faced in the 20th century. Krauss had embraced folkish ideology during the First World War. He started out supporting the DNVP, then moved to the NSDAP, all while staying active in the Protestant Church. After the Nazis seized power, Krauss saw his moment. Now was the time, he believed, to remake the Protestant Church along anti-Semitic lines. New personnel, new ideology, the works. In November 1933, he called a mass rally at the Berlin Sportpalast. By then, he was...
That's the guy's big famous moment, the Sportspalast rally. The term literally translates to sports palace. And it was like he went up there. They were veiled. The Nazified Christians were, the Christian nationalists. They were a little more secretive about what their real beliefs were. And he just, he went up there in front of 20,000 people and ripped the mask right off and said, Jews of the Old Testament were cattle traders and pimps and stuff. And it's like, you know what? Fair. That's fair. That's fair. But that's not very popular with the Christians. So anyway, it was actually like a defining moment in the church struggle against Hitler, because it was the moment when everybody realized that this was them completely morphing Christianity into something that it was not originally. They removed all of the Old Testament from the Bible. They removed anything from Paul, did not like the dude. They were left with basically just the gospel accounts and a few other books of the Bible. That's pretty much the extent of it. So his little debacle, I guess you could say, it was like that time Tony Hinchcliffe went up there and said, Puerto Rico's garbage. They ripped the mask right off. They don't like Mexicans, or they don't like, let me rephrase, they don't like South Americans or Central Americans. They don't like non-white people. That's what the bottom line was to that, right? So anyway, that it was kind of like that, and then you never heard from the guy again. But I want to understand Reinhold Krauss. I want to know who he is, what he did, and why. And it's interesting, for sure. I'm learning a lot from this whole area of study that I'm doing. All right, let's listen to this. This is Joel Webbon. He broke from another guy named Doug Wilson over Zionism. Basically, Doug Wilson is a full Zionist, believes that Jesus is going to touch down in Israel as soon as the third temple is built, and is looking for an excuse to destroy mosques in the Middle East, kind of trying to spark World War III. Joel Webbon, on the other hand, who we're looking at in front of us here, is a full-blown Hitler-loving Nazi, and broke with Doug Wilson over loving Hitler and hating Jews, basically. So let's give this a listen. I believe that he's about to explain the break.
An Israeli citizen.
Hold on.
All right, we're going to shift the conversation now to the interview that took place between Tucker Carlson and Douglas Wilson. We have two clips that we want to show. The first clip that you'll see is Tucker Carlson talking about the way it's the unspoken rules of the game. It's the way this whole thing works, and a lot of you are not aware of this, but it is very much the way that it works. How is it that certain Jewish people, or in this case, Yoram Hazony is who we're going to reference. He lives in Israel, is an Israeli citizen. How is it that he's also on the right? He is a nationalist, but how is it that he has such outsized influence?
Just a reminder, the Nazis were nationalist. It was right in the name. The NA section of NAZI means nationalist. If you are a nationalist, then you are then you're making the Nazis proud. That is the exact type of shit that they would be proud of. You are living up to their expectations.
When it comes to the right wing of politics here in America. And so the first clip that we're going to see is Tucker talking about the way that this works. And
shit, I didn't even realize that I was so close to death. Okay.
So the first clip that we're going to see is Tucker talking about the way that this works. And everybody who's in a position of influence and works behind the scenes all know about this, but very few people are willing to talk about it. And we're going to talk about it today. The second clip, because I just want to show them back to back and then we can have our conversation, is from Douglas Wilson and kind of pushing back on Tucker and saying, well, Tucker, because Tucker says, what's the significance of Israel? Are there trade routes through it? Is there just a ton of oil? Are they helping us financially? Are they helping us in this way or that? Like, why are we bending over backwards for this country more than any other country in the world? Why are they our greatest ally? Why do we give them money? Why do we send our sons to fight their wars? And the answer, and I think this is the correct answer, I think it's wrong, but I should say it's the genuine. I think this is what Douglas Wilson and many other guys on the right actually believe. He does give a truthful answer in terms of what he's convinced of. I'm convinced he's wrong, but he does give a truthful answer. And so we're going to see that clip because it's telling, and there's a lot that we'll be able to discuss on the backside. So the first clip, again, is going to be Tucker in regards to the way the game is played behind the scenes. How is it that Jews in America and even Jews in Israel have such outsized influence that's growing in America on the right side of the aisle politically? And then also, what is the reason? Because Tucker asked a fantastic question. Why is it that we are so supportive of Israel? What do we gain by it? And we'll see Pastor Douglas Wilson's answer. Here we go.
And so this is not my chief concern. My chief concern is my country. But if you cared about Israel, man, they're in a bad spot right now. But no one can admit it. They all have to lie about everything. And the people who lie the most, can I say, are the evangelical preachers who go over there on an all-expense paid vacation with a foreign government and then come back and tell me that I'm an Islamist because I don't think that we should kill children. And then you ask them, did you do a lot of evangelizing in Israel? Because like your whole job is to tell people about Jesus. Did you do that?
Yeah, as Tucker is pointing out, again, Tucker is a neo-Nazi as well, so he gets no, no slack from me on that. But, you can't evangelize in Israel. I believe that it's illegal in many contexts, but either way, you will be spit on and laughed at and hit. You don't do it. You don't do it in Israel. So, something to consider.
Do that a lot in Tel Aviv. Shut up, anti-Semite. What? I thought we were on Team Jesus here, which I am, by the way. And I think evangelists should evangelize. So, I'm just saying, without getting into it, this is a true crisis. And Trump had a lot of ideas for how to deal with it. I don't know if all of them are right or not, but his energy was focused on this. And then this foreign leader of a country of 9 million people with no resources, no strategic value at all. At all. It's not it. I love Jerusalem. Great. Israel, apart from our defense guarantee, is meaningless. Israel's important because we say it's important. That's the only reason.
Well,
what's its strategic importance other than that? Are there trade routes that go through it? They have a ton of oil we need? Like, what is this? I don't understand it.
yeah, I think it's a very simple thing, and that is going back to our friends, the Christian Zionists. They're a huge voting bloc in American domestic politics.
Right. Well, of course.
Right. And so anybody who wants to be successful in American politics on the right of center has to demonstrate
You're absolutely right.
Has to demonstrate an affection for Israel.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me just step back one more time.
Going back to our friends, the Christian Zionists, they're a huge voting bloc in American domestic politics.
The Christian Zionists, yes.
Well, of course.
Right. And so anybody who wants to be successful in American politics on the right of center has to demonstrate
You're absolutely right.
Has to demonstrate an affection for Israel.
Right. It's not Jews controlling the United States. It's Christian Zionists controlling the United States. And Christian Zionism has its friendly parts to Jews and its unfriendly parts. They believe that Jews are going to die a brutal, ugly, horrifying death when they finally manage to fulfill their prophecy of, rebuilding the third temple and Jesus coming back on that spot and all that other shit. Not only do they think that Jews are going to die a an ugly, brutal death, but they think that Muslims will have already, experienced that brutal death through World War III when they come at Christian Zionists for building the temple over the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's a big, complicated thing, but the bottom line is it's not Jews controlling the United States, it's Christian Zionists. Like, if there were no Christian Zionists in the United States at all, or if they weren't involved in policy in any way, shape, or form, we would see Israel very differently in the U.S., and we would treat them very differently here. Framing it like it's Jews that are in control is anti-Semitic garbage. It's Christian Zionism. Even Fetterman, look at Fetterman. He's a Christian Zionist who supports Israel. That's not Jews controlling him. That's him having backward, fucked up beliefs that's going to lead to the deaths of lots and lots and lots of people. Well, there it is, it said. Okay.
Well, there it is. And this is consistent on Doug's part, to give him credit. So for those of you who are not familiar, some of our friends, the Ogden Boys, they're a part of a church in Ogden, Utah, and do some podcasts and media and things like that. They've done a lot of great work, Christian men, pastors of a church there. When some of the feud began to unfold between Moscow and Apologia, another organization called the Ezra Institute, against ourselves here with NXR, Right Response Ministries here in Georgetown, the church that we're a part of, as well as the guys in Ogden. And, there was this fracturing and a clear divergence of paths, one being very pro-Israel and then our side of the aisle, not so much. There was an attempt to reconcile. There was an attempt to try to get some sort of resolution, to make peace, to hold this muscular, more engaged, politically, culturally engaged subset of the Reformed Protestant movement, trying to hold it together. And so what happened is that the boys from Ogden, just within days of Christmas, took it out of their schedules to take a 7-hour trip, just one way, so, quite the drive, to go and visit Douglas Wilson and some of his leaders. That would include, in this case, his son, Nate Wilson. This would also include Jared Longshore and Joe Rigman.
Okay, I don't know who the fuck he's talking about or why I should give a shit about any of it, but get to the point there, Joel.
And he was going and meeting with these individuals, the guys from Ogden, and having a conversation. How can we seek peace? We don't see eye to eye on the Israel issue. And one of the things that was explicitly said in that meeting is that Christians, politically conservative Christians on the right, who are trying to save the country and trying to ultimately establish a Christian nation, Christian nationalism, if you will, that task cannot succeed without the Jews.
I don't think that's the position. I haven't gotten the impression that's the position. I think the position is, if you want to bring Jesus back, then you must do it with the Jews, with the help of the Jews, who need to build the third temple, right? I don't know what he's talking about here regarding you need the Jews' help to take over the country. I feel like he's setting that framing up for something down the line.
That there was no winning scenario without the Jews.
I have no clue what he's going on about right now. No winning scenario. The United States is not run by the Jews, quote unquote. Okay, at best, it's run by Christian Zionists.
Essentially, it was basically like, think of Saruman. It's like you can't.
By the way, the Israel issue, quote unquote, is directly analogous to the Jewish question. Hitler talked all the time about the Jewish question, and it was light signaling to genocide. He'd say, we have to solve the Jewish question. And how do we solve the Jewish question? Genocide, of course. He's chosen to use a word other than, or a term other than the Jewish question. He's gone with the Israel problem. That's interesting, right?
You can't beat Sauron. You can't win. The only thing you can do is join him. And that was basically the answer given. And like I said, I appreciate the consistency. This is the same answer now that's given by Pastor Douglas Wilson to Tucker Carlson and the clip that we've just watched. Essentially what Doug Wilson is saying is that, I know that in economic terms, in geopolitical terms, and pretty much in religious terms, and every kind of term you can think of, there is absolutely no benefit. It is not a two-way street. It's a one-way relationship that America has with Israel, that Christians have with Jews. We do not benefit at all.
That's fascinating, because actually Christian Zionists are the only ones that benefit in the relationship between Christian Zionists and Jews. No, I guess you could say that, both sides benefit. The Israeli government benefits and Christian Zionists benefit. The Israeli government benefits by getting weapons aid and things like that. And Christian Zionists benefit by getting the third temple built so that Jesus can return.
However, we still have to have some kind of affection for Israel, because if you're going to be a pastoral figure on the right in America, or a political figure on the right in America, if you want any kind of leadership or influence on the right wing, political, cultural right wing in America at all, then you have to demonstrate, you have to signal some sort of affection, not just defense, right? Or not just avoid criticism or avoid anti-Semitism, but you actually have to signal on somewhat of a regular and
that's nonsense. You don't. You can just not talk about the issue at all if you want. And so he's talking specifically about the right. If you want to be a politician on the right, then you need to signal love for Jews. No. Certainly not on the left. On the right, I think you can avoid the issue and probably be okay. Make it through elections if you just didn't talk about it. But, there's a real Nazi wing of the Republican Party now, the party that, or the wing that he represents. So there's that. That's not nothing. He's pretending that he's completely powerless. It's just nonsense. It's not true at all.
Clear basis, affection, positive affection for Israel, because on the right political aisle here in America, there's a bunch of Zionist Christians, dispensational Zionist Christians, and you can't win politically without their support. And
you can just not talk about it, at the very least. But again, Nazis are making a comeback in the United States right now. Joel Webbon. I mean, look at Tucker Carlson. He's one of the best-known Nazis in the U.S. at the moment, even though he pretends not to be. He signals Nazi beliefs all the time. So I don't know what you're talking about. It's unacceptable to be a Nazi nowadays in the United States. This is pure, unadulterated delusion.
On that point, and we can come back to this a little bit more later, but on that point, I just want to state, for the record, I vehemently disagree. I think that is a short-sighted strategy. There was a time where that may have been true, and even if it were ever true, and it probably was, the means still don't justify, or rather the end, if you win the election, the end still does not justify the means. It's like, okay, so great. So we got Bush into office? Great. All right. We got this person into office. We won this election with the GOP. How's that working out for us? How's that been working out? How has neoconservatism been working out for America's benefit? So yes, we pander to the dispensational Christian Zionist on the right political side of the equation here in America so that we can rally the base. We love Israel. We really love Israel. Come and vote. Come out and vote. We get our neocon, limp-wristed GOP candidate into office. He does absolutely nothing except for give in to certain Jewish policies that end up giving us more immigrants here. We become more fractured as a...
Dude, I'm sorry. Support for Israel leads to more immigrants? In what way? Israel policy is completely separate from immigration policy. I don't understand what the hell he's talking about here. And also, that's not the fault of the Jews, quote unquote. That's the fault of the Christian Zionists, again.
The nation, the welfare state grows, our taxes raise, all these different things. We go and fight another war that we have no business being a part of. So I think that it did win, and if we're saying winning the election is the end, but the means by which we won that election, and even winning the election itself, didn't actually transpire into some kind of benefit for America. And I think we can demonstrate that clearly. We all instinctively know this over the last 50, 60 years of American conservative politics. However, that was true. It wasn't beneficial, but it was true. It's no longer, not even is it not beneficial, but it's not even true on its face anymore. It is a short-sighted strategy because what it assumes is that boomers are going to be the voting bloc in perpetuity, that they're always going to be here. But we know that certainly the left has been this way for quite a while. But
the left has been pro-Israel? I'm sorry? The left is the opposition to Israel right now, predominantly. What are you talking about? He doesn't really believe this, right? This is completely made up, isn't it? Like he's coming up with excuses to dislike certain people and to blame other people for problems. You can't convince me he believes this. That the left is the problem.
But now on the right, the younger contingency on the right, both Gen Z, certainly Gen Z and Gen Alpha, but also a growing number of millennials and a fair number of Gen X. Pretty much, millennials and Gen X are kind of split on the issue of pro-Israel or not. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are very much against a pro-Israel contingent. And boomers are really the only ones who are diehard. Like the greatest dream of a boomer is that not only their children, but also their grandchildren would get to go and die in the sand in the Middle East for Israel. That's, and that draped over their casket at the funeral would be an American flag, an Israeli flag, and that there
Spork butt. Homesick, so I appreciate the distraction. Well, glad to be a distraction. Thank you for being here. Hope you feel better.
would be a pastor, doing the eulogy, but also, a Jewish rabbi who would come up and say a few words as well. I mean, that is the boomer's dream. It's very, I'm being a little facetious, but not much. It's really actually wicked. It's disgusting. It's really, really sad that this generation has been so deceived and so propagandized. But the point is, this generation, the boomers, will not be here forever. So if it ever were true that, well, the reason why we're going to be very, 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 very intentional not to be
Can you fit one more very in there for me, please?
anti-Semitic, and not only will you avoid certain criticisms of Jewish people or Israel or Netanyahu, but we're actually going to go the opposite direction, and we're going to virtue signal on a regular basis through a blog or through a video or through a sermon or a tweet or whatever, that we're actually affectionate. That's a word that was used, affectionate toward
A word that was used by who? What are you talking about?
Israel. We're going to do this because we can't win. We cannot establish Christian nationalism here in America without the GOP, and we will never win a GOP election without the boomers, and the boomers are, for better or worse, and it is for worse, insufferable, die-hard, never-relenting, dispensational Zionist Christians.
Many of them are, absolutely. I agree, yes. Dispensationalism, if you're unfamiliar, is basically the idea that God split time into like 7 sections or whatever. And the bottom line is that God transferred the promises that he gave to the Jewish people. He transferred them to the Christian people after, Jesus died. So God promises that he's going to keep a covenant with Christians and fulfill all their expectations and wants and desires and so on and so forth. That's dispensationalism, and that the current Jews have a role to play in the form of basically, building the third temple so that Christians can kind of like inhabit the third temple or whatever, and Jesus can return to the third temple.
But what you get with that is, number one, a short-sighted strategy, because the boomers will be eventually gone. That will no longer be a voting bloc.
No fucking shit.
And you will have essentially persuaded all the younger GOP voters, all the younger conservatives in the nation, to despise you. You will have exasperated every single one of your sons to where they'll no longer trust you. And then number two, even if the boomers did hang on forever and they start harvesting organs and build a base on the moon and somehow, attain transhumanism and upload their consciousness to the cloud and keep voting.
Okay.
Which I think the boomers, if they could, they would try to achieve that. I think they're
absolutely. Boy, he hates boomers, doesn't he? I think that there are a lot of good people who are a little bit older, on the older side. A lot of good people. But I definitely believe that generation overall has really fucked us. They had it easier, that generation, earlier on in life than any other generation, maybe in U.S. history. And they pulled up the ladder on their way up. They pulled up the ladder, and now we're all fucked because of that. So, I don't have a problem with boomers as people, but they definitely fucked a lot of people.
Actively trying to achieve that even now. Even if those things happen, here's the deal. You still don't win, because you don't get Christian nationalism. You get Judeo-Christian nationalism. And what fellowship does light have with darkness? What fellowship...
And Jews are darkness, of course, right?
Fellowship does Christ have with Beelzebul? I'm not interested in Judeo-Christian nationalism. I'll take the Christian, hold the Judeo, please, and thank you. That's not what we're trying to do. But that is very clearly, I don't think he's being deceitful. I think he's just dead wrong. That's very clearly the motivation for Douglas Wilson, and I think it represents a large contingency of Christians on the political right side of the aisle here in America, that many of them are convinced that Israel is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and we absolutely need them. And
sorry, that's Betty White. Betty White's the best thing since sliced bread.
Two-way relationship, or the best of them. And I do think that Douglas Wilson, in many cases, represents the best of them. But that's part of what makes him harmful, is that whenever, alleged anti-Semitism is on the rise, on the right side of the aisle with Republican voters, conservative Christians.
He is absolutely an anti-Semite. Again, I don't like Israel or what they're up to. I view them as the new Nazi party, the shit that they're doing, the evil shit they're doing. I view what they're doing in Gaza as a genocide, a full-blown genocide, and I will not hedge on that. They are fucking evil right now in Israel. But he's actually a neo-Nazi, an anti-Semite neo-Nazi, like for real. Not just critical of Israel, but a fucking nutcase, completely.
Then they trot out the best of the Zionists who, in a technical, theological sense, can wave the card and say, well, I'm not actually a Zionist. I actually hold to covenant theology. But also, Israel's really great, and we need to be really kind to the Zionists. Because
right, covenant theology, meaning God's covenant was transferred from the Jews to the Christians. So they're not dispensationalists, which is the whole thing. But they still don't believe that Jews should be slaughtered en masse, I suppose.
Because that's the voting bloc. We'll never win an election without the Jews. And this trope, tired trope, just keeps being drug out again and again and again. And I'm tired of it, and I really appreciate the fact that it seems as though Tucker Carlson, with a large, significant influence, appears to be tired of it as well. If you are a right-wing Christian man...
Bro, he's advertising. Okay, what do we not support? Let's see.
And you're watching...
What is knick-knack?
...the show and you use nicotine, then use this nicotine. Use our sponsor. It's a fantastic product. It's a fantastic company. And not only do you not have to give us money so that we can continue to do the things that we're doing, you can actually spend less money.
Okay, now we know what not to support, Knick-Knack. If they support neo-Nazis, that's going to be a hard pass for me, dog. Thank you so much.
Everybody's happy. All right, that's it.
That's why you heard in that first clip Tucker talking about these sponsored trips to Israel. So the individual who typically runs them is a man named Yoram Hazony. He's the president.
This is absolutely true. Israel does sponsored trips for people who might be Zionists to try to indebt them to Israel, to make them feel some level of gratitude to Israel and some loyalty, some camaraderie, some appreciation for Israel. They will give them sponsored trips. And Destiny, of all people, yes, that Destiny was actually offered a trip to Israel. I don't know if he actually took it. I think last I knew he was talking about whether he was going to take it. But Destiny supports Israel fully, believe it or not, and makes some completely ass-backward arguments about how Israel is the good guy in this scenario and all kinds of shit. Anyway, they don't have to give people money or free trips to buy their support. I think Israel just finds people who already like them and make them like them more. That's the goal, kind of.
Of the Herzl Institute. If you remember the godfather of Zionism, it was Theodor Herzl. So this Herzl Institute, part of their goal is to bring in young, influential men, women on the right and take them on a trip to Israel. And what the way these trips work, it's an example like a bribe. With a bribe, it's very, very infrequently. Someone takes a check with $100,000, slides it across the table, and says, here's what you have to do for the bribe. So
this isn't how it works. They look for people who support Israel already, and then they give them a shitload of money and just kind of lean on them a little bit, get them to support specific policies, and they're less critical of those policies because they already support them, and they're getting money from them. They don't buy people like that. I don't think that's how politics works exactly. It's like... you couldn't pay me to be a neo-Nazi, right? I'm not. I'm just not. But you could certainly pay me to support atheist causes because I'm already an atheist, right? That's how it works.
The same way with these trips, Yoram Hazony, he'll say to Christians, we would love to have you come out to Israel, and don't you want to see the sites where Jesus walked? Don't you want to see the tomb where he lay? Don't you want to see the Jordan River? And there really are truly no strings attached in a documented, explicit sense. Come out to Israel. We would love to have you. But they sponsor these young, influential individuals on the right. They take them on these sponsored trips. And what are you prone to do? What is human psychology tuned to?
It's people on the left as well.
When someone does you a favor, when someone gives you thousands of dollars of plane tickets, when someone helps you to walk historic sites that you would have never been able to walk before, and
there's a term for this, and I just read about this not too long ago. I'm trying to remember. What's the term? It's, oh, damn it. I wish I could remember. It's on the tip of my tongue. Not sunk costs. Let me look it up. When you... and likely... Once I remember the term, I'll remember the underlying logic. Yes. Yes. Study with it. Benjamin Franklin did something with this. It's also called soft power. Foot in the door technique. Reciprocity. Lots of terms for it. But there are some really important studies. It's not an experimental case, but it's called the Ben Franklin effect. It's an anecdote from Franklin's autobiography. Franklin describes a political rival in the Pennsylvania legislature around 1737, a wealthy, educated man whose opposition Franklin wanted to neutralize. Rather than doing the rival a favor to win him over, which would be the Reciprocity play, Franklin did something counterintuitive. He asked the rival for a favor. Specifically, Franklin had heard the man owned a rare book, and he wrote asking to borrow it. The rival sent the book over. Franklin returned it a week later with a warm thank you note. At their next encounter in the legislature, the rival, who'd previously never spoken to Franklin, approached him, spoke civilly, and from then on showed himself ready to help Franklin on other occasions. They became lifelong friends. Not the effect that I was thinking of, but that's another method of mental and emotional manipulation to some degree. The name for what I was thinking of is the reciprocity effect, or soft power, the ability to influence through attraction and co-option rather than coercion. Foreign influence operations, cultural exchanges, and sponsored trips are classic soft power tools.
They take you on a tour of the cities and the IDF and everything else going on there. You are inclined psychologically, it's not an ironclad law that you will do this, you're inclined to go back and to sing their praises, to come back and say, well, we saw...
That's absolutely true. Yes.
What
Or
is
at
really
least-
propaganda,
Right.
we saw great things.
You're going to come back and say positive things, or at minimum, you're going to come back, and if you don't have anything nice to say about Israel, you'll say nothing at all. So
Right.
you at least cease saying negative things. You at least stop counter-signaling, stop
That's true.
criticizing. And again, you're so right, because we want to be clear with this, because we know these guys. We know these guys. So like, we actually have some inside baseball. We're not just speaking, off the top of the dome. This is something that we have verified, and we're going to be really careful in terms of names and those kinds of things. But the point is, we actually know how it works. And because we know how it works, we don't want to be unhinged and say something that's categorically untrue. So let the record state, these are not guys who are going on a trip to Israel and, a literal check being slid across the table. They're not being paid in that sense. But it is an all-expense paid trip, a sponsored trip with flights, with a nice hotel, with your meals and those kinds of things, and you get to go around and see the holy sites. And that's how it's pitched. It's like, hey, look, we're not trying to make you a Jew. That's absurd.
You're a Christian, we respect
You're
that.
a Christian, and we respect that. And Israel is a friend of Christians, and we just want you to come see for yourself. And if nothing else, get a free trip to go to Israel and see the places, the streets where Jesus walked. Wouldn't that be lovely?
That is the pitch.
That is the pitch, and it's a really good pitch. And so then you go and you make some friendships, and maybe you find yourself, on a Tuesday morning down the lobby, and you're talking to Yoram Hazony, about how threatening and dangerous and concerning Joel Webbon is. Maybe you're one of those.
Like, he's pretending that he's just this innocent guy who's just, living his life and doing his thing and being nice and whatever. And people are falsely labeling him as dangerous. He's actually a Nazi, like an actual, real, literal neo-Nazi. So I don't know what to do here.
Christians, and you're having that kind of conversation, and somebody else who's on the trip comes and informs me about it, so that it's not just conjecture, but we actually know this for a fact. And then you come back, and when you come back, again, it's not like you get something wired to your bank account. It's not like the deed to your house is magically paid for, but you were just wined and dined, right? You were just schmoozed a little bit. You were treated really, really well, and it's not said out loud, and it's certainly not said in written form anywhere where there would be, a paper trail. But the unspoken understanding is that I was just treated really well, and so I should play ball and return the favor by not saying negative things, and maybe even from time to time a little retweet there, a little positive comment in defense over here. And if I do that, then it's not promised, it's not a formal agreement, but there's a fairly high likelihood that, and I'm sure it's not correlated at all, there's no connection, but just coincidentally, I might find myself doing a breakout session at the next NatCon conference.
Which is in Jerusalem this year.
Which is in
you
Jerusalem
get to go
this
back
year. Right, which we get to go back on the trip again. And this is what is happening. We know that this is what is happening. And
That's true. It is. Absolutely.
here's the deal. I think that honesty is important. And just simply being honest and saying, why is there a break in certain relationships? Guys who were doing ministry together just 2 years ago.
He's talking about Doug Wilson, probably. He's talking about how he used to work with Doug Wilson very closely, and now Wilson won't work with him because of his anti-Semitism, which I can't blame him for, honestly. Doug Wilson is... Joel Webbon is actually anti-Semitic, very. But Doug Wilson is a nutcase, too, unforgivably so. Doug Wilson is a Christian Zionist who would do absolutely anything for the country of Israel, disturbingly, because he believes that that's where Jesus is going to, like, return or whatever. And that's psychotic.
Guys who were speaking at the same conference, even 1 year ago, why does there seem to be this relational rift all of a sudden? Maybe it's because some of those guys just started, drinking the Kool-Aid and gave in. They just became unhinged and became crazy anti-Semites. It must be Joel. Joel's the one. He's the reason for the division. Or it also could be that I'm going to call balls and strikes.
No, you're a Nazi.
I'm going to call it like I see it. I don't think that Judaism is a friend of Christianity. I don't think that Jewish influence is positive for my nation. And I'm not going to take the trip. I'm not going to take the whining and dining. And other guys are, and I continue to say things as I see it. Those other guys can no longer join me in this, but are even tempted to subtweet. Maybe it's a little less obvious, a little less direct, but in a indirect kind of way, a subtweet of Joel here, a subtweet of Joel there, knowing good and well that, again, not written down, again, not a formal deal. But if they play their cards right, and they're good little boys and girls, they might get an invitation to a fairly significant and influential...
He is such a piece of shit, dude.
...organization, a conference, NatCon.
It's an objective statement of fact. After Doug Wilson made his break with Ogden and with Georgetown, within that next year, it was Daily Wire, it was TPUSA, and it was NatCon. As an objective statement, once he broke out of the Reformed world and broke especially from these young men.
Yeah, as if you aren't getting big gigs too because you are a neo-Nazi. Like, both lobbies have a lot of power in the United States, both the neo-Nazi lobby and the Christian Zionist lobby. They both do. So stop pretending you're some kind of a fucking ridiculous victim who would be way more popular if you were just a Christian Zionist. It's nonsense, and you know it.
Ministers, that next year was full of very high-profile interviews and appearances, and it's perfectly valid to say, okay, we see you made this transition, this shift, this change, or maybe it was always there, but you just became more explicit about it, and it seems that you really got the inside track. Where did this come from? Did someone, what was given, what was promised in return? It's perfectly valid when someone changes their position, breaks relationships, to say, was there money involved? Was there status involved? Was there power involved? That is very reasonable to ask. And like I said, this is objective. You can pull the videos up of the talks. And these talks where he's saying things like Catholics, Jews, and Protestants made America. Well, there's less than 50,000 Jews in America pretty much until the 1900s. So
Catholics, Protestants, and Jews made America. I've never heard that before. Is that something that people say? Made America. I know that maybe he's talking about New York City. I know that Joseph Rutherford, the head of Jehovah's Witnesses in the 30s, wrote a letter to Hitler signaling his support for the Aryan cause, seriously. And that in that letter, Rutherford basically said, there's a saying about New York City. The Catholics own it, the Protestants built it, and the Jews... No. What is it? And the Jews financed it or something like that? I don't remember what the saying is now. People say this, apparently. Okay. Catholics, Jews, and Protestants formulation is pretty popular, I guess. In the 30s, precursors of the NatCon, the National Conference of Christians and Jews, created teams consisting of a priest, a rabbi, and a minister. Sounds like the start of a joke. To run programs across the country and fashion a more pluralistic America, no longer defined as a Christian land, but one nurtured by three ennobling traditions. Well, yes, they tried to tie themselves to Judaism because it was a benefit to them at the time with dispensationalism taking off. But I had never heard people say that about Christians, Jews, and Catholics specifically. Okay.
Wait, that doesn't add up. Why are you repeating these lines? Why are you talking about the USS Liberty, a well-documented event?
It looks like this was just I'm sorry. It looks like this is just an interfaith talking point to like build a connection or to basically create the term Judeo-Christian. That's when it was created, around that time, to create interfaith links. That's not actually what happened, though. Now, this next part I heard is important.
Why are you repeating these lines? Why are you talking about the USS Liberty, a well-documented event where Israeli aircraft attacked a U.S. carrier, claimed it was a big mistake, hundreds of United States service members injured, over 30 of them died? You're kind of brushing it off. Oh, I'm just asking questions about it. We see...
To my understanding, I believe that the USS Liberty attack was genuinely an accident. I don't think that was intentional. To my understanding, they didn't know that the United States was in that area and it was an active war zone. And it was, I think, a sub that was spying on the area, a U.S. sub that was spying on the area, the USS Liberty, or something to that effect. And it got shot down by Israel. There were survivors, but it was shot down. And it's a contested historical situation, but neo-Nazis use it constantly as proof that Israel is evil and fucking hates the United States or some shit. Like, I don't even know what point they're trying to make or why they think that the USS Liberty makes that point, for that matter. Both Israel and the U.S. governments conducted inquiries and issued reports that concluded that the attack was a mistake due to Israeli confusion about the ship's identity. And people like this will come back and say, well, there was an American flag flying on top of the ship or whatever. I think that's accurate, but they weren't operating off of sight. They were operating off of their radar, their scopes or whatever, is my understanding. But it's a big neo-Nazi talking point, so I just kind of distrust what they have to say about it generally, because they have a slant, a bias.
These transitions, it is perfectly valid to say, where is this coming from? This doesn't seem organic.
Yeah, right. And I would just add to that, even if we grant in charity that this is a genuinely held conviction, there's still a question of like, why does that conviction specifically mean that you assent? Like, why are there's like certain positions that are blacklisted and mean that you're not going to get the big show. You're not going to get the, the sit down interview with the Wall Street Journal. But then there's this view, which even if you genuinely hold it, which I believe Wilson does, it does lead to all of these things. And so that's a question that remains, even if you grant that it's not necessarily quid pro quo, right? It's, hey, I went to Israel and I already had these convictions, and this trip just confirmed everything that I thought. And by the way, I'm sure Israel's very pleasant. I'm sure there are a lot of great places to visit.
I would love to visit
I'm sure
the
people
area,
are very kind.
But I'd be very clear who brought me. Like
Right.
Someday, Lord willing, we'll visit Israel. It'll be a Christian nation again. And I would love to see where Jesus lived and walked, where Joshua crossed the Jordan. But I'd be very clear. Hey, here's who paid for the ticket to be here.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
That's interesting. I think that was the end of the episode. Yeah. At the end of the segment or whatever. Wow. I guess that's the explanation for why he parted ways with Doug Wilson. They both want a Christian nationalist state, but one of them fucking hates Jews and the other loves Jews to a weird degree. Like to a borderline, what's the term? To a borderline, like, fetishized degree. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. Just bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre. Okay. I wanted to take a look at Kent Hovind. Wait, why is this? It's weird. All right, 1 second. Let's see if I can pull up Hovind here. This is part 1. There's apparently a ton of wild shit in this. And then let me open this one as well. All right, it looks like I need to run the fixed aspect ratio function on this. Here, let me show you. This is Briefcase. It's an app that I wrote. It's got all my clips, all like 6,221 videos that I have ever talked about since like 2018 or something, I think. This is the... Wait. Oh, this is interesting. Part 2 seems really good. Maybe we'll hit that. Okay. So I can hit run analysis after right-clicking on the video. I can transcribe and analyze, but I already have those done. So let's hit fix aspect ratio, apply, and then process all. And now it's going to take a minute or two, but it's running FFmpeg in the background right now, and it's going to resize it, strip the black bars, and make it 16:9. But for now, I can zoom in on it a little bit here. There, that'll do. And I can also remove that border. There we are, okay. It's really poor quality, that's a shame. Kent Hovind went on this thing called the Prophecy Club a long time ago, and it's the same. All right, hang on. Let me give a little bit of information about the Prophecy Club. What was his name? Stephen Dollins. That was it. Here. Let me show you another short clip from the Prophecy Club before we hit Kent Hovind. Just give you an idea of the kind of things they talked about on this show.
Pokemon, Pocket Monster, the spiral. And it stands for what? Male fertility. It's supposed to be able to mesmerize and hypnotize its enemies. This character over here is called Mewtwo. Every time that you see Mewtwo, he's in this pose. 3 fingers. It means hail Satan. Cute little one. Everybody, okay, everybody go, oh, come on. His tail. It's a lightning bolt. And it's a satanic Z.
Anyway, you get the idea. God. I've actually covered this whole Stephen Dollins thing, the whole thing, if you want to watch it. It's on this channel. But the point is that the Prophecy Club has all kinds of weird nutcases on there. And this weird nutcase is Kent Hovind, and he's going to talk about... I think that this is actually part 2 of the Prophecy Club episodes. I'm watching them out of order. This one is about Hitler and how non-Christians are basically like Nazis or some shit. Anyway, let's listen.
Creation.
Hold on. Let me just step back here. Dr. Kent Hovind, Creation, Science, Evangelism. Stand by for part B. The Hitler Youth. I know a lot about this subject. A lot. I would argue I might know as much as a PhD candidate. Because I've written books about this subject and studied it for literal years. So let's see what he gets right and what he gets wrong.
So how did Hitler do what he did? In 1933, January, Hitler took over Germany.
Well, he became chancellor in January, yes. But he took over as a dictator in March.
Right away, he began organizing young people's clubs. He knew you have to reach the young people.
Those existed long before that, but yes, okay.
You ought to study what he did, folks. I'm telling you, it's classic. He took over Germany and then took over the young people. Shortly after that, they closed down the Christian schools. You had to go to public school in Germany.
No, That's nonsense. They did not shut down the Christian schools. I think it was September 1933. The Pope Pius XI, famously made a deal with the Nazis where the bishops swore an oath of loyalty to Hitler. And in exchange, Hitler allowed them to control the school systems. I don't think that the deal lasted very long because, as the Pope learned, you can't fully trust a dictatorship to hold up their end of the bargain. And if there's one thing Hitler wanted to do, it was control the institutions. He was a Christian. He was a believer, for sure. But he wanted to control the institutions by any means necessary. So the Pope kind of soured on Hitler a little bit, and eventually came out against him down the line. But anyway, the Catholics controlled the school system, actually.
Hitler said, "Let me control the textbooks and I will control the state."
That's fake. Hitler never said that. That's a made-up quote. I actually looked this up a while back.
You know, there's probably only a few dozen atheists in your city. If you announced in the newspaper or on radio, we're going to have an atheist meeting tomorrow night, 5 people would show up, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, I go to a lot of atheist meetings. I guess, I'm unique in that I go to a lot of atheist meetings, like conferences and things like that. But okay, whatever.
The atheists know they cannot get a crowd together.
That's just nonsense. Obviously we can. I ran Faithless Forum and had a crowd of like 150 on my 3rd year. I think the crowd was 100 on my 1st year, so I don't know what you're talking about here.
So how are they going to spread their religion?
It's not a religion, of course.
Well, they can't do it like we do, the honest way. So they have to...
Is that the honest way? Is your way the honest way?
Well, they can't do it like we do, the honest way. So they have to get these 4 or 5 key people involved in textbook selection committees, school boards, take over teachers' training colleges like John Dewey.
This is actually complete nonsense. He's claiming that atheists are setting out to take over textbooks and shit like that. No, none of that is happening. Atheists don't do any of that shit. Christians do that shit. Christian nationalists do that shit. They show up to school boards and harass people and all kinds of shit to try to get their way. This is complete fucking nonsense. It's disgusting. And it's the old, typical, I don't like, the word that, it's not terrorist, the word I'm looking for, but terrorists do this too, I suppose. They say they're doing this thing, and that justifies us doing this thing too. They have no moral compass. They are doing this evil, so we have to do this evil to fight against their evil, when they're not necessarily even doing that evil.
So you can train the next generation of teachers to be humanists. It only takes a few key people in a few key positions.
Not humanists.
And you can control what the kids are learning. They know about that. Hitler said, your child belongs to us. What are you? We already have your children. 1933, they got the children. 7 years later, 1940, these kids are in the army now, right? Hitler had an army, an incredible army. They nearly took over the world. One little bitty country. How did he do that? Well, young people. We got some people with the same philosophy here in America. They think the young people belong to the government.
He didn't do it through young people. That was a part of the plan. But that was like long term. He did it through nationalism. That was the name of the party, of course, the Nationalist Socialists. I mean, they called themselves the National Socialists, but it was the Nationalist Socialists. They were nationalists. The Christian takeover of, or the Nazi takeover of Christianity, they created kind of a new denomination of Christianity, and they named themselves the Christian Nationalist Socialists. They were trying to take over every aspect of society.
That's because they got the wrong philosophy. Children belong to God, and they're entrusted to parents. You know, there was a guy named John Sylvan in Nebraska, had a church, he pastored a church. They came and locked him up. He refused to take a license for his church. Now, I don't agree with John Sylvan and all the stuff he did, and I think he was kind of looking for the fight. But still, they came and padlocked the door to the church.
Right, so he refused to file a business license, refused to pay any kind of taxes or cooperate with the government in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry, man, we live in a society. You have to do that shit. That's just what it is.
Refused to accept the license. The guy who really got after John Sylvan was the head of the Nebraska Board of Education and a senator from Nebraska named Hoagland. He went after Sylvan big time. Hoagland, and I believe I have my facts right here, and Sylvan's attorney were on the radio discussing this. This anti-Christian fella said, these fundamentalist parents have no right to indoctrinate their children in their beliefs. We are preparing their children.
Sorry, let me step back. I had to move a briefcase over. One more time.
This anti-Christian fella said, these fundamentalist parents...
Wait. He's anti-Christian now? I didn't read anti-Christian. I read just opposed to this shithead refusing to follow the rules that everybody else in society has to follow. Did you read John Attack's latest book on the Nazis? I'm not familiar with John Attack. Interesting.
Have no right to indoctrinate their children in their beliefs.
Wait, who said this? Okay, hang on. Let me just see if I can find info on this. 1 second. Hold on. It's still processing. Give me just a second. All right, I'm just looking for info on this. Hang on. Okay. I'm just looking through. Apparently, the actual person in this was Everett Sylvan, not John Sylvan. He just completely made that name up. And later, Everett Ramsey, pastor of Faith Baptist Church in Louisville, Nebraska. Sylvan operated a private Christian school through the church and refused to register it with the state, leading to a series of court battles, his arrest for contempt, and the church being padlocked in 1982. The politician was Peter Hoagland, who was a Nebraska state senator at the time, later U.S. congressman. Hoagland served as a Nebraska state senator from 1978 to 1986 before being elected to the U.S. House. Regarding the quote, the version that circulates attributes to Hoagland something like, fundamental Bible-believing people do not have the right to indoctrinate their children in their religious beliefs because we, the state, are preparing them for the year 2000 when America will be part of a one-world global society and their children will not fit in. By the way, I'm pulling this from this website, Roll Call, talking about Hoagland and like the battle that he fought against this dude. America will be part of a one world global society and their children will not fit in. It's attributed to a 1983 radio appearance where Hoagland and Sylvan's attorney were debating the case. But there doesn't seem to be an actual source for this quote. As far as I can tell, this isn't even a real quote. There's no evidence that this existed, that this was ever said by anybody. This is completely made up. The only places I can find info on this quote are like Christian quote aggregator websites and stuff. Apparently, Sylvan later became a Christian identity proponent who preached against race mixing. So there's that.
We are preparing their children for the year 2000 and life in a global one-world society.
This is just completely made up.
And those children will not fit in. Hold it. They are preparing my children for something? No, sorry. I'm preparing my children to serve God. But these globalists have this idea in their head that we would be better off with one world government, one
Trotskyite globalists.
new world order. They really think that. That's their philosophy. They got it from their father, the devil.
Nobody thinks that.
The devil wants new world order so that he can control everybody. He really wants
Nobody wants a new world order.
to wipe out humanity. So he's going to get these local idiots to think, hey, if we reduce the population to, 2 billion, it will be fine. Well, then he's going to wipe them out. That's what the devil will do. And these guys that are having all their clubs, the top secret meetings and all that, they really are serious, folks. And they've made a lot of progress. But they're not the real enemy. The real enemy is Satan behind all this. We've got to keep this in perspective. They want to lower world population levels quickly.
Nobody wants to do that. Completely fabricated right out of the ether. But okay.
And one of the biggest obstacles is the teaching of creationism. Because evolution is a foundation philosophy for communism, for socialism, for Marxism.
Fucking what? Evolution is the foundational belief system for communism and socialism. Okay.
For the New World Order. If there's a God, then you can't have a New World Order because people have rights that come from God. So they have to eliminate the God concept. So there's a real discrimination against creationism.
Please. Yes, because it's fucking stupid. And everybody that adheres to creationism is a ridiculous idiot. I'm sorry. You just are. Okay? My God, people. Get fucking help.
Believe me, I'm in the thick of this one. I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't, actually, Kent.
They say creationism should be discriminated against. No advocate of such propaganda should be trusted to teach science classes or administer science programs anywhere. If they're doing so, they should be dismissed. If a museum curator starts believing in creation, if a professor at your local university starts voicing objections to evolution and starts believing in creationism, he'll lose his job.
Yeah, he should. He should lose his job. If a museum curator starts arguing that the museum exhibits that he's showing are fake with no evidence whatsoever to make that claim, yes, he should be fired. Are you fucking kidding me? Obviously. Did you guys hear the motorcycle outside? That is one cool person, right? You can always tell somebody is cool by how loud their engine is and how likely it is to blow your fucking eardrums out. Only cool people drive cars and rev their engines as they pass loud enough to blow out your fucking eardrums. You know who else is really cool? People who play 50 Cent so loud you can't hear yourself think. That's just cool. That's just what it is. Those are the rules. I don't make them. I just repeat them.
There's a long list of folks that have been persecuted just because they believed in creation.
Bullshit. God, every word out of his fucking mouth, dude.
There are thousands of brilliant scientists that are afraid to say anything. They're afraid to say they believe in creation because they may lose their job.
I hope they do. No, please, come out. Tell us who you are. Show us who the idiots are. I'm begging you.
I mean, there's a real persecution. Big time. You say, oh, come on, in America? Oh, yeah.
No.
Hey, suppose a teacher in the Soviet Union would have stood up 10 years ago and said, guess what, students? I don't think communism works.
So are you saying that you feel like you're in the Soviet Union right now? You think the United States is like the Soviet Union? Please.
I think capitalism's a better system. What would happen to that public school teacher? Siberia? Maybe, if he's lucky. We got about the same persecution in America, folks.
Just the gall to say something like that. The gall to claim that you are just as persecuted in America as Christians in Russia. What the fuck is wrong with you? That is vile. Do you know that Stalin had more people killed, I believe, than Hitler in Germany? He had his own concentration camps and everything. And he's viewed like not quite as bad as Hitler, even though in a lot of ways he was just as bad.
For public school teachers to try to stand up for creation, there's a good chance they'll lose their job.
Please. Certainly not back then. Nobody gave a shit if teachers stood up for creationism, quote unquote. But he's, we got the perpetual victim over here.
They're afraid to rock the boat. Because the ACLU, the American Communist Lawyers Union,
Please.
has done a wonderful job of spreading the propaganda, the lie that you cannot teach creation in the classroom. You certainly can. But teachers are afraid to. School boards are afraid of a lawsuit. All the ACLU does is threaten a lawsuit most of the time. They don't have to sue. They just threaten it. People back off. Oh, ACLU.
My wife applied for the ACLU, did not get to work for them, but she works with them nowadays. They're like in coalitions and stuff, and works with their lawyers all the time which is pretty cool in one man's humble opinion. But yeah, Kent Hovind has always had it out for the ACLU because they stand up for what's right, and Kent Hovind doesn't like that. So big surprise, right?
Look, we need to stand up for our rights. I'm glad our founding fathers did. You got the right to teach creation if you want. Now, the teachers don't have the right to try to convert the kid to be a Baptist or Buddhist or Catholic. They don't have that right, but they do have the right to teach all theories of origins. They've always had that right.
No.
And I got books on the table about that and on my order form if you want to get some of those. Okay. A professor from Iowa said, you should fail any student if you find out he's a creationist.
No, you shouldn't. But if he proves that he doesn't know the material by failing tests consistently, he should fail, right? I don't give a shit if you're a creationist. You need to understand evolution like everybody else at a bare minimum. I can't force you to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, but you have to at least understand it.
We don't want anybody to get a degree from our university who believes in creation. That's their philosophy.
No, it isn't.
If the professor discovers the student is a creationist, you should fail him. Furthermore, the student's department should have the right of retracting his...
Oh, no. The video was replaced. Hang on. That's 6 minutes, 29 seconds. Okay. It must have finished in the interim, so it replaced the original. 6:29. Yep, it finished. Open. 6:29. Here we are. Right here.
Student's department should have the right of retracting his grade and possibly his degree if he becomes a creationist later.
Bullshit. Literally nobody would advocate for that. If he understands the material, that's what matters.
That's real academic freedom, isn't it? Yep, Soviet style. Here we have whole chapters teaching evolution. We're paying for it. And they are very carefully censoring out any mention of creation.
Okay, that's because there's no need to censor it out because it doesn't come up in this shit. There's no need for creation to explain what we see in the world around us.
I collect the books, folks. I got hundreds of them. I know what I'm talking about on this one. Come
No, you don't.
to my house and see them. I can show you page after. I got several pages here photocopied out of there. Unbelievable stuff from the textbooks. Here the kids in Holt Biology 1994 edition have to be tested on this material. Boys and girls, life arose from non-living matter. Is that a scientific fact?
I'm not sure that that was in any textbook. Maybe on a section about abiogenesis, just to understand the theories that we have. But, you know, abiogenesis is not well understood. Actually, it's better understood today than it was back then, but it's not part of evolution. Evolution is a completely separate thing. Evolution is the way that species change over time, nothing to do with the origin of species or the origin of life or whatever.
No. Has anybody ever seen that? No. Can we even imagine how it could happen? No.
Yes. Yes, we can actually. We have strong theories that very clearly point to how this happened, and we can reproduce it in a lab now.
But they have to be tested on it. Learn it and take a test. Don't they? How about this? The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. There's a lot of ways to prove that's not true. But you know what?
No, okay, great. Prove it then. The Earth is absolutely 4.54 billion years old. If you think it's not, then prove it. He has no proof.
This is one way they can weed out those who don't believe in evolution. It's got to be on the test. The guy who's translating my materials into Russian lives 2 blocks away from me, grew up in the Ukraine. When he got done with high school, excellent grades all through high school, senior year, he took a test. One of the questions on the test was, do you believe in evolution? Yes or no?
Evolution is not something you believe in. It's something that you accept or reject. It's a fact claim. Christianity is something that you believe or don't believe. Certainly. But evolution is an accept or reject thing.
He checked no. They refused to let him graduate.
We're talking Soviet Union, right? Obviously. It's more restrictive there. But I'm sorry, creationism is just fake. That's what it is. It's fake.
They finally sent him his diploma 35 years later in the mail. Refused to let him graduate because he believed in creation. That's the only...
Like, is this story even real? I doubt it. Sounds completely fabricated.
only reason. You said that couldn't happen here. Well, not yet, but it's getting close. There's a real persecution, folks. I was at at Yale University a couple of weeks ago. As I stood there in the museum, at Peabody Museum in Yale, Connecticut, hundreds of kids came through, just looked at the dinosaurs, as the guides were telling them all about evolution at taxpayer expense. It just was all I could do to keep my calm, tempered, keep my normal self in line. I talked to one of the women who was leading one of the groups. I walked up to her, she said, "Hey, nice tie." Dinosaurs, I always have dinosaurs on my tie. I said, "Yeah, I speak on dinosaurs all over the world." She said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Man, that's great." I said, "Yeah, I do it from a creation perspective." You should have seen her.
Oh, he's a fucking idiot then. Okay, I see. That's probably what she was thinking. Got it. We got a fucking moron over here.
Her face changed. She said, "I'm not interested." Turned and walked away.
Because she knew it was going to be a religious pitch.
Later on, I'm just standing there taking pictures in the museum. She walked up to me, obviously very angry. She said, "I just got one thing to say to you." She said, "I think it's a great God that can use evolution to get us here."
I mean, this is certainly a fake story, right? He just makes these stories up right off the top of his head sometimes.
Turned and walked off. I didn't get time to say this to her, so if you watch the tape, let me just mention something to you. I think it's a stupid God that has to use evolution. Doesn't he know what he wants? Can't he make it right first time? He's got to practice, got to play around, a bunch of dead ends, evolutionary misfits.
Look, I don't know if God, guided evolution or was involved in the process or whatever, but I do know for a fact that evolution did take place. That just happened. The evidence is incontrovertible. It's not... There is so much evidence that evolution took place that creationists admit that it took place. They just give us an ass-backwards, unrealistic, ridiculous version of evolution where like 11 new species, are born every single day. Because how could we have possibly gotten from Noah's Ark, 2 of every species, to here in 6,000 years? Literally not possible for that to have happened. That's not how quickly evolution works. So Kent believes in evolution too. It's just a bastardized, insane, unrealistic, literally impossible version of evolution is all.
Your God's retarded.
Right, loves saying slurs. And yes, it was a slur back then too.
You need to get a smart one like I got, who does it right first time. That's the kind of God you ought to be worshiping. Anyway. All right. Here we are brainwashing a whole generation, kids by the thousands, in your school district right here. I mean, tomorrow, they're going to be brainwashed at your expense.
Man, I was expecting something about Hitler in this.
Right? Satan is using all sorts of groups to bring his new world order into play. Now, we could go for months on each of these, and there's plenty of good books on the table back there from the Prophecy Club. You've had lots of people speak on these topics. Okay? The United Nations.
Wait, I wonder who started the Prophecy Club. Do we know? Hang on. Actually, let me go grab something from the kitchen real fast. 1 second. Had to go get some assorted cookies, freshness guaranteed. Hang on. Bad time to chew. All right. You're going to ignore me here like you ignore all of us on YouTube? I mean, I check the chat periodically. Alpha Force Zero has to actually be on to entertain people. All right. Here we go. The Prophecy Club was founded by Stan Johnson and his wife, Leslie. Started in June '93 when a local Christian radio station in Topeka, Kansas, suggested Stan do a 15-minute daily broadcast on Bible prophecy. He began playing excerpts from nationally recognized prophecy experts, and it grew quickly into a 30-minute show. Wow. This is, by the way, from the Prophecy Club website. By September 1993, he left his full-time job to run it. He goes by Apostle Stan Johnson now. Interesting. I guess it wasn't associated with Kent Hovind at any point. Okay.
Satan is running that group. Now, most of them don't even know it. Probably a lot of them in there are nice people. But they're working for the devil and don't even know it. the Council of Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, the Internet. I read lots on this. I read about Gary Kah, excellent book, En Route to Global Occupation. I've read Tex Mars, been on his program. The excellent material, no question. There's a lot of conspiracies out there.
No fucking shit, there are a lot of conspiracies out there.
I want to show you from a different side here tonight what we should do. The World Council of Churches is very involved in bringing a new world order. The Masonic Lodge.
Fucking please, dude. The Masonic Lodge. It's just a club, okay? Get help.
Probably one of the key players. Now, the average guy in the Masons doesn't know what he's in. He thinks he does. But there's a secret club inside that secret club. They use that as their recruiting grounds because they know they have to keep quiet. They've taken all these oaths, you know, yank my liver out and beat me on the head with it. Right? Tie me down by the lowest tide, you know, onto a stake and cut my guts open and let the birds come eat me off the stake. Dumb oath they take. Any Christian ought to get out of that group. But you can get in the Masonic Lodge and get clear up to 32nd degree and not...
Yeah, this is all conspiracy garbage. The 32nd degree, if I'm not mistaken, is an honor bestowed on people. Like, they can just give it to people. It's an award, basically. 32nd degree Freemason. If I'm not mistaken, they can award it to anybody. They can award it to Obama or whoever, even if they're not involved in anything. It's like the Presidential Peace Prize or whatever the hell. Oh, Miki trying to get in. Presidential, what's it called? Presidential Medal of something or other. Anyway, the point is that it's bestowed on people. And Kent Hovind likes to claim that people are involved in the Freemasons, even when it's just a bestowed prize. Miki is really trying to get in. Yes, it's an honorary degree, basically a lifetime achievement award given by the Supreme Council. Most Masons never receive it. The idea is it's where the real secret is revealed. That's just conspiracy garbage.
I don't know what you're in. You'll think it's a do-gooders club. And they do a lot of good for the community. I don't argue with that. But when you get to 33rd degree, you start to find out, wow, this is a satanic organization. Oh,
no. The 33rd degree is literally just like an honor bestowed on people. Fucking please.
Sure is. All this time we've been talking about God. They're talking about Lucifer as God. Albert Pike ought to know. He was the leader of the entire Masonic Lodge. I mean, the world leader. He said, the Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the highest degrees, maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. He was 33rd degree Mason, just like Bob Dole and Kemp.
Okay. Yeah, he's trying to imply that every world leader was a Mason or whatever. This is just nonsense. It's just a social club. It's conspiracy garbage. Regarding this quote from Albert Pike, this quote doesn't appear in any of Pike's verified published works, including Morals and Dogma, his massive 1871 book that is the actual primary source for Pike's Masonic philosophy. The quote traces back to Leo Taxil, a French hoaxer who ran an elaborate anti-Masonic fraud in the 1880s and 90s. Taxil fabricated sensational claims about Satanism and Freemasonry, got enormous traction with the Catholic Church and anti-Masonic movements, and then publicly confessed the entire thing was a hoax in 1897. Literally held a press conference and told everyone he'd made it up, all to embarrass the church and the anti-Masonic activists. Interesting. So this is actually a fake quote, fully fake quote. And we've known it was a fake quote for a long time. By the way, that's 3 months after Hitler was born. That's interesting. Neither here nor there. Also, finally, what I wanted to say about this. The Freemasons are... Oh, Miki got in. Now she's standing next to me. What? The Freemasons are basically just like a trade union. No, don't jump up here. You're such a good kitty. She closed her eyes in preparation for being pet. And now I have to pet her. But you can't be up here, Miki. I'm sorry. There's no room. The Freemasons are basically just a trade union. It started as a union hall or whatever, where they were meeting to do collective bargaining with their employer and stuff. That's it. Oop, I'm sorry. Let me play it.
Masonic Lodge? Now look, I've got good friends that are in it. And I love you, and God loves you, and you're not my enemy. And I know you think you're in a do-gooders club, but you have been deceived. You're working for the devil and don't even know it. Get out of that. Jesus said, I've done nothing in secret. Why do they do all these secret meetings, secret handshake? You know, grab the second knuckle and stand just right and, you know, do all these secret motions to let them know, hey, I'm a Mason. Why? Jesus didn't do anything in secret. Did it openly. I think we need to come out from among them, be separate, saith the Lord. 2 Corinthians chapter 6. On the back of your dollar bill, there's an interesting symbol. You ever seen that before? You know what that says in Latin? Annuit queptis norbis ordo secularum, announcing the birth of...
Giant fucking cat, right? Look at this. She is huge. You gotta get down, though. You're so good. You are such a good kitty. You see this good kitty? So good. But you cannot be up here. You gotta go. I'm sorry. All right. She's fucking huge. She's a huge cat. If she were a little smaller, maybe she could fit up here better right now. But sadly, no. She's so small and cute. Okay.
Of the New World Order without God.
Sorry, hang on.
6. On the back of your dollar bill, there's an interesting symbol. You ever seen that before? You know what that says in Latin? Annuit queptis norbis ordo secularum, announcing the birth of the New World Order without God. That's what it says. You got to read Terry Cook's book. You've got it back there, don't you?
Okay. Regarding the dollar claim here, just looked it up. He says that, I think he said, Novus Ordo Seclorum, announcing the birth of the New World Order without God. I have the transcript, and I'm copying parts out. It says the 13 row of stones on the pyramid represent the 13 blue lodges of the Masonic Lodge, not the 13 colonies. He says the all-seeing eye represents Lucifer, the light bringer, and the enlightened one. He says the gap between the eye and the pyramid means Lucifer hasn't established a new world order yet. Oh, please, dude. Here's the history of the Great Seal. It was designed by committees starting in 1776, with the final design adopted in 1782. 3 successive committees worked on it. The key designers were Charles Thomson, Secretary of the Continental Congress, and William Barton, a heraldry expert. Neither was a Mason. Benjamin Franklin was on the first committee, but his design was rejected, and even Franklin's Masonic involvement was pretty casual by that point in his life. The final seal doesn't incorporate Franklin's ideas. Regarding the claim, the Novus Ordo Seclorum thing, this is lifted from Virgil's 4th Eclogue, Magnus ab integro seclorum something something, which roughly means the great series of ages is born anew. Thompson adapted it to signify the beginning of a new American era, dated from 1776, which is why MDCCLXXVI appears on the base of the pyramid. It translates to a new order of the ages, not new world order, and certainly not without God. There's nothing about God's absence in the phrase at all. The other motto on the seal, Annuit Coptus, means he, God, has favored our undertakings, which which obviously undermines the whole anti-God bit. The eye in the triangle is a Christian symbol that was widespread in European art well before the Masons adopted it. It represents the eye of God, the Trinity triangle, watching over humanity, the eye. You can find it in churches all over Europe from the Renaissance onward. Thompson explicitly described it as representing divine providence, watching over the new nation. The Masons did use the symbol too, but they borrowed it from the same Christian tradition. So Hovind has the influence backward, and I would guess that was intentional. Regarding the 13s, 13 arrows, 13 olive berries, 13 stars, 13 stripes, 13 rows of stones. These all represent the 13 original colonies. This is documented in the designer's own written explanations of the seal's symbolism. Thompson remarks to Congress when presenting the design, explain this directly. The Masonic interpretation requires you to ignore the primary source documentation and substitute a narrative that has zero supporting evidence. It's completely full of shit. This is...
The table?
Sorry. The back of the dollar bill is almost entirely Christian symbolism. It's all Christian symbolism. To claim that it's Freemason, Illuminati symbolism is just garbage. It's just made up nonsense.
His new one, right? It's about Gayfic, about the all-seeing eye and what it means and how it all ties in with the New World Order. Ooh, Terry Cook had some great stuff on this. And I know all this stuff. I don't know it all, but I know a lot of it. I read a lot of it. But there's more to the picture that we're not seeing, I'm afraid. This pyramid's a fascinating building. We can go for a couple of days on this subject. It's got 13 rows of stones representing the 13 blue lodges of the Masonic Lodge.
No, 13 colonies, actually, but okay.
There's 32 feathers on the bird, 32nd degree Mason. 13 arrows, 13 berries, 13 stars. It's not because of the 13 colonies, because of the Masonic Lodge.
No, it's not. You're just wrong.
That's the purpose. By the way, the all-seeing eye represents Lucifer, the light bearer, the enlightened one.
Nope.
Notice it's not touching the pyramid. There's a gap in between, isn't there?
That represents the Holy Trinity, the triangle, watching over the people. It was religious symbolism, and it's wild that this dude is just making shit up right off the top of his head, seemingly.
Well, that's on purpose, because Lucifer's not in charge of the world yet. He hasn't established his new world order. He's close. And in 1935, they put that on the dollar bill. I don't know, but I just wonder if maybe 1935 was the year the Antichrist was born.
What?
He'd be about the right age to be a world ruler now, wouldn't he? Just a guess. But why 1935? Interesting. By the way, they chose the pyramid.
Wait, well, who's the Antichrist in his mind, then?
I think because probably the pyramid was God's symbol originally. So I couldn't prove this, but I have a strong hunch that possibly when God first made Adam and Eve, of course, they didn't have a Bible. So God gave them the whole gospel story in the stars, the zodiac constellations. Tremendous story in the zodiac. You ought to read the book on the back table about the zodiac. Tremendous. Of course, today it's all perverted into the horoscope and all that, but but it used to be the gospel plan. Start off with Virgo the Virgin, and you end with Leo the Lion. The Virgin brings forth the Son. He becomes the judge. The balance is in the hand and all that. It all ties in with Christianity. But then after the flood, the canopy of water was gone that used to protect them. We covered that on videotape number 1.
Oh, my God. Yes, the canopy, the water canopy. We never did finish his video series. I think we had 2 more episodes. Maybe we should cover those. I'd have to figure out where we were.
And so they couldn't see the stars quite as well. And God gave them a new Bible in stone. The Great Pyramid. I don't know about this. I just think maybe the Great Pyramid was built probably to be a testimony to the Lord. It might have been built by Noah and Shem after the flood.
Oh my God, dude. The Great Pyramid was built by Noah after the flood.
I don't know. But I think it's interesting. The Great Pyramid had originally 144,000 smooth, polished casing stones.
Okay, let's find out. Hang on. 144,000... Let me see if I can find out about this. 1 second here. The 144,000 number appears all over pyramid mysticism and biblical numerology websites, but no ancient Egyptian, Greek, or Roman source makes the claim that there were 144,000 casing stones. The number doesn't come from Egyptology. It comes from the desire to connect the Great Pyramid to Revelation 7:4, where 144,000 servants of God are sealed from the tribes of Israel. The sites that do claim 144,000 are almost exclusively in the biblical numerology / sacred geometry / prophecy ecosystem. So this is completely made up, is the point. He fabricated this information right out of the ether.
You know, the Great Pyramid is 90 times the volume of the Sears Tower. By far the largest building in the world in volume. There's enough brick or stone in that one building to build a 10-foot high brick wall all the way around France. That's a big building.
Yeah, possibly.
If you walked into the door to the Great Pyramid, you would go down the broad way that leads down to the pit, or take the narrow way that goes up to the King's Chamber. Oh, the broad way and the narrow way. I read about that someplace. If you go up the narrow way, you end up on the 50th row of stones. 50, the year of Jubilee. There on the 50th row of stones is an empty tomb.
By the way, if you don't know the year of Jubilee, that's a Bible thing from the Old Testament particularly. I don't think it was maybe it was 50, but the number 7 is special to the Jewish people. They have some weird hang up about it. You know, on the 7th day you should rest. After 7 years, you forgive all debts. And after Jubilee years, which is 7 times 7 years, or 49 years, the 50th year is a special year where you celebrate and blow trumpets and blah, blah, blah. It's just a big celebration year. That's all. And I think you forgive debts and stuff on the 50th year as well.
In the tomb is a red granite coffin, the exact dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. Interesting. No body in there. By the way, the top of the pyramid was never put in place. The chief cornerstone was rejected by the builders. Jesus Christ is the chief cornerstone. He's the stone cut out of the mountain without hands in the book of Daniel to smote the image on the feet. He's the stone of stumbling and the rock of offense. By the way, has 5 sides, the number of grace on that chief cornerstone. Building was never finished. Well, Satan thinks he's going to come finish the work. He's going to take over and establish his new world order. Well,
so the capstone, called the Pyramidion, is missing. That's true. The top of the pyramid is flat, roughly 30 feet across, not pointed. It's not known if it was ever placed, was placed and then looted because maybe it was gilded, or was placed and then lost to weathering and earthquakes over millennia. There are a billion reasons why that capstone is not at the top. One of those reasons is not because they were signaling to Lucifer or some shit. Also, the cat scratched the shit out of my arm out of pure delight and joy when I was petting her. She was just digging those claws right into my arm because she was so happy to be getting pets and be hanging out where she was. And now I literally have scratches all over my arm. Okay.
yeah, he is for a little while, but God's going to wipe it out. We got nothing to worry about. Satan's got all his plans. Look, I've read lots of the stuff on the New Age movement, the New World Order. I read lots on this, okay? I understand what's going on.
Knock me over with a feather.
A little bit. But if that's all you read, you're going to be a nervous wreck. Right? I mean, you hear about, and I know about the black helicopters. I've seen them. I've got pictures on the table of some of the Soviet military equipment being brought into Gulf Shores, Mississippi. The Soviet biological warfare cleanup trucks.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Biological warfare cleanup trucks. I know about the 500,000 foreign troops in America And I know about the biodiversity treaty, you know, that gave away a bunch of our national parks to the United Nations.
That's not real. I remember covering this. This was in one of his video series episodes or whatever. This was fake. He made this up completely.
And I know about some of the plan, you know, they have to take over the world. And folks, look, we are in serious trouble. But if you get all nervous about the New World Order, you need to read Psalms chapter 2. It'll calm you right down. Psalms chapter 2. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast off their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. Hey, God's up in heaven laughing about this New World Order. What are we getting all nervous about? Huh? God's laughing at them. You idiot. He's busting a gut, man. This is hilarious. Look at these guys. They think they're going to rule the world. I'll show them.
I mean, this is obviously completely made up. Nobody is trying to run a new world order or whatever the fuck. Get help, Kent.
What should we do? Well, there's coming a great tribulation, folks, such as was not since the beginning of the world. God knew all this 2,000 years ago. He knew it before that. You think what Hitler did was bad? Wait till you see what's coming. You think what Stalin did was bad? Wait till you see what's coming. Here in America and all around the world. You're going to see famines and diseases and all these microorganisms being manufactured in the laboratories in Maryland and in Florida that are purposely being introduced, like the AIDS virus and all this stuff. Look, I read all
Oh, AIDS was purposely introduced. Jesus Christ.
that stuff. I'm familiar with it. Yes, a lot of it's true.
No, it's not. Get help, Kent. My God, brother. Seriously, what is wrong with him? Some of the shit that he claims is vile.
But we're getting the wrong reaction. What should we do about it? Hosea said, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Yeah. We need to know what's going on. I think we need to be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. But folks, we're about to go under. We're not going to be a world power. We're not even going to be a free nation.
Hey, he got a prediction correct.
Much longer.
But it was Donald Trump, the guy he voted for, and then begged for a presidential pardon.
I think it's time to get motivated.
I can't make it out. It's an ostrich standing in front of a T-Rex, maybe? I don't know. It's just hard to see what's happening here.
It's not time to get nervous, but it is time to get busy, right? Time to get motivated. All right. What should we do? We should realize God is in control. Psalms chapter 2, read it, and go to sleep. We should be wise as serpents. We should be careful for nothing. Careful, full of care. Some of you folks that study all the prophecies are so worried about the future, you're not obeying that verse. You're full of cares and worries. Hey, nothing you can do about it anyway, not much. I mean, do what you can and forget it. Yeah.
That's kind of my philosophy. Do your best, don't worry about the rest. Do what you can and keep moving forward. You know, you have a sphere of control. Anything outside that sphere, don't sweat it. Things will play out the way they're going to play out, for better or worse. And that's the end of the story, right?
Quit being so worried. Pray for those in authority over us. Hey, maybe if you prayed for your 5 school board members, you'd know their name next time somebody asked you, huh? We're God's children. Obey His orders. Just do what He says. It's very simple. We don't have to worry about the outcome. We just have to obey the Father. That's all we got to do. Just do what He says.
Generally good advice to just not freak out and not let anything get to you. Just move forward. Keep calm and carry on, as the British government used to say during World War II, I believe.
If that means go into the lion's den, go on in. If that means going...
Dude, the lip syncing is off so much. When I edit this, I will try to correct the lip syncing problem.
in the fiery furnace? Go on in. Hey, by the way, not all the prophets were rescued.
Right. Yeah.
You say, oh, we're going to get out of here before the tribulation. Oh, well, I'm pretty strongly pre-trib in my philosophy, but why don't you tell that to the Chinese and Russian Christians? Huh? You think America doesn't deserve the judgment of God?
Yeah. No.
Folks, we deserve it. You say, Brother Holman, you think the Lord's coming by the year 2000? Well, I don't know. Actually, our calendar's 4 years off. 1996 was the year 2000. By the way, that year 2000 is based on the birth of Christ, right?
That's interesting. So when did this come out, I wonder? I don't actually know when this was released. It was uploaded to YouTube in 2009. Let me see if I can find out. See if it's in, like, the description or something. Somebody sent me this. Sorry. Somebody sent me this on my Fireside Watch. I have, like, firesidewatch.com. I have a contact form that is intended for people who want to suggest a feature or are having trouble with the app. But somebody sent me a link anyway, so I just accepted the link. And it was this. It was interesting. Let's see. I was hoping for some info about when this video came out, but I'm not sure. No, it doesn't say anything about it. I'll see if I can find out, but let's continue.
God might be figuring on coming back 2,000 years from the resurrection. That's 33 years later, right? Actually, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, and I don't want to disrupt anybody's book sales on 88 Reasons Why the Lord Will Come in 88.
Oh boy, I have that book. 88 Reasons Why the Lord Will Come in 1988. That was a big shakeup, and people were embarrassed and everything. That is really funny. Yeah, I have that. I actually have that text-to-speech, so if we wanted, we could listen to that book. But it released in, I think, like 1986 or something. Let me find it. 88 Reasons. Where is it? Where is it? I know I have it in here somewhere. 88 Reasons. Hey, let me just search. Yeah, here we are. Right here. Here. 88 Reasons Why the Rapture Will Be in 1988. This is a cleaned up version. Reason number 1, it is evident that the minds of most Christians today, Matthew 24:36 is believed to prohibit anyone from being able to see the day of our Lord. However, this does not preclude or prevent the faithful from knowing the year, month, the week, or of the Lord's return. Oh my God. Reason number 2, Joe Cavelli of Pensacola, Florida, gave us the following information regarding the word knoweth. And then he goes through this whole big long thing. A summary of 13 reasons why the rapture of the church will not be a surprise to the faithful church is listed here. Jesus said in Matthew 24:47 and Luke 17, just as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man, Jesus. It was the same in the days of Lot. But the day Lot left Sodom, fire and sulfur rained down from heaven and destroyed them all. This means that if you do not wake up, I will not surprise you. Okay. Anyway, yeah, this is the book. And again, I text-to-speech this book. It's already done. Let me see. I should have... Yeah, right here. And we're not going to play the whole thing or anything right now. I just want to play a little bit of it.
88 Reasons Why the Rapture Will Be in 1988. 88 Reasons Why the Rapture Will Be in 1988. The Feast of Trumpets, Rosh Hashanah. September 11th, 12th, and 13th, Edgar C. Listening, please consider, before beginning to read this book, that there are 8 criteria this book must meet without exception and without any error of any kind. These criteria are: Criteria 1. This book must agree perfectly and in every detail with every verse in the Bible, from cover to cover, and particularly with the 886 end-time Bible prophecies, perfectly, and with all their included verses.
So the bottom line is they think that the rapture would be in 1988 because the Feast of Trumpets stuff and a whole bunch of other ridiculous reasons. And we're still seeing the exact same garbage today. Like, there are TikTok videos of people claiming that the rapture would come in September around the Feast of Trumpets of 2025. And then somebody extended it to 2026, then 2027. It keeps getting extended. Hold on, let me find one. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here.
6 days, almost 5 days to rapture time. I'm so excited.
This video came out September 10th, September 18th, 2025. She was convinced the rapture was here, that it was going to happen.
Who else is excited? There's a guy, his account here, I don't know what his real name is, but he's a riot and he's making this whole journey so fun, but his account is called Rapture Now. He was just talking about, hey, have you heard that, there's an angel assigned to each person when we get raptured? He was like, I wonder if our pets get raptured too. He's like, dude, I want to be that.
Could you imagine?
Oh yeah, he goes, could you imagine the angel that's just assigned to one little chihuahua? They're going up. 1,000.
This is so sad, seriously. She's convinced literally to the death that the rapture is coming, like, in 6 days. Because this stupid Feast of Trumpets garbage convinced so many people of it. And it convinced people in 1988 as well. Live your fucking life, okay? Jesus said it'll come like a thief in the night and nobody will know the day or the hour. Assume you don't know it. Assume that you're wrong about it. Just sad.
Anybody's feelings, and I don't want to disrupt anybody's book sales on 88 reasons why the Lord will come in 88. But God might not even be using our calendar. Keep that thought in mind. We should teach about the truth about evolution. The biggest hindrance, I'm telling you, the biggest obstacle these folks have is Christians that are busy spreading the truth. Drives them crazy. Don't get distracted. We get distracted with houses and lands and cars and cares of this world, and we're warned against that. But we do anyway. Listen for the trumpet. Hey, Lord's coming, folks, pretty soon. And we should
Any 5 minutes now, right?
win souls. Man, I can't wait for that trumpet. The Bible says the dead in Christ shall rise first. That means the Southern Baptists get to go to heaven first.
That's a mean joke about how wrong the Southern Baptists are, but that 2 Thessalonians verse, I believe it's 2 Thessalonians, it was the result of people getting nervous because they believed that Jesus was not supposed to die. They didn't understand why he died if he was the Son of Man, this prophesied figure that was supposed to take things over and all this other shit. Establish God's kingdom on earth and everything. It didn't make any sense that he died. And so people start getting nervous, like, he's supposed to be here. What happened? He's not returning? Like, people are in the congregation are dying. So Paul, trying to quell their fears, said, those who've died since Jesus died are going to have a special role. When he returns to earth, they will meet him. They'll come up out of their graves and meet him halfway to heaven. That's the basis for the rapture. claim. It wasn't saying people are going to go to heaven, you know, out of their graves or whatever, rise up out of their graves and all that other shit. He was trying to calm them down.
Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together. Hey, folks, we're going to heaven pretty soon. I'm a Baptist, by the way. Going to heaven pretty soon. We need to get busy. You know, Satan is a master at distracting us. You know the purpose of this thing? You put that over the crib, you wind it up, and the kid lays there, and he goes, ah.
A mobile? Yeah, obviously. Like, it's just to keep a kid entertained. Are mobiles bad now?
Right? The purpose of a mobile is to distract the kid.
I don't think it's to distract the kid. It's just to keep him entertained. But okay.
Satan is a master at distracting us. Not in sinful things, just dumb things. Things that aren't going to matter in 1,000 years. You know, the average American watches 1,500 hours of TV a year. That's enough time to read your Bible 22 times.
Is that real? Well, I got bad news for you, Kent. The Bible's fucking boring, okay? Nobody likes reading the Bible.
Now, I don't think you ought to sit around and read your Bible all day. But you ought to read it some. Have you read it yet this year? How many times? Well, I've been too busy. Oh, yeah. If you're too busy to read that book, you're too busy. You better quit something. Psalm 101. David said, I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. Do you set wicked things in front of your eyes? Hey, let me ask you this question. What if you said, you know what? For the next 2 weeks, 2 months, pick a time. Anytime I see or hear a cuss word on TV, I'm going to shut it off for 2 hours.
Didn't Kent Hovind have, like, some serious scandal where he, like, cursed people out or something? Let me see if I can find some information here. Kent Hovind likes to give us, like, you know, a view of himself that is not real. He's a complete piece of shit. He's an asshole. I'm just looking through. There's that tape of Kent Hovind basically engaging in domestic violence against his wife. That's pretty bad.
Anytime I see somebody immodestly dressed, shut it off for 2 hours. Even if
What about domestic violence, Kent?
it's a commercial or a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader, shut it off for 2 hours. Okay? Anytime I see somebody glorifying drinking, you know, like Matt Dillon going in the Long Branch, shut it off for 2 hours. Or Hoss and the boys, you know, Bonanza. How much TV would you get to watch? None. Well then, why do you watch it?
Because it's entertaining. Why the fuck do you think?
Have you read that verse? Folks, I can tell you the problem with America. The problem's the Christians. We're distracted. Little David went to visit his big brothers, and he saw Goliath come out and challenge the people. And David said, I'll go fight him. And his big brother said, you can't go fight Goliath. He's big, you're little. David said, is there not a cause? And he turned and walked away from his brothers. There's always going to be somebody to try to discourage you from doing what's right. You can count on that. They'll always be there, okay?
And the right thing was to murder somebody, I guess, in this case. Okay.
But is there not a cause? Man, what a classic answer. Hey, what's your cause? What do you live for? What is your cause? What do you dedicate your time and energy and money to? Is this it?
What, are sports bad?
That's your cause? You're so worried about who throws the ball through the hoop. Wow. I was on the train in Atlanta Airport going from Terminal A to Terminal C. A fellow standing next to me said, hey, who are you for in the Super Bowl? I said, when is it? He said, it's today. I said, who's playing? He named off 2 teams. I'd never heard of either one. I said, I don't know. I don't care.
Wow, you're a great conversationalist, Kent. You really know how to make friends.
All them grown men out there fighting over that one ball, they can all afford to go buy their own. It's not sinful. It's just stupid. They pay a guy $5 million to carry a pig bladder down a cow pasture, and then pay another guy $5 million to carry it back.
It's entertaining. What the hell's your problem? I don't like sports either, but some people do. Is that wrong? He said it's not wrong. So what's your issue with it? Can't people just enjoy the thing that they enjoy? You gonna be a killjoy about fucking everything?
I'll do it for $5 if they get all them big lugs out of the way. Folks, we're distracted. Who's going to care in 1,000 years?
It's not about caring what you do in 1,000 years. It's about having a good time and enjoying the life that you have now. You can't just enjoy your fucking life?
Who's going to care in 10 years? Anybody know who won the Super Bowl 10 years ago? Anybody care? Doesn't matter, does it? Hey.
It mattered to people who enjoyed watching it.
Did you know, if you spend $500, you can buy a real nice set of golf clubs. And then if you practice for thousands of hours, I mean, get the grip just right. Get this finger and thumb in a V pointed toward this shoulder. This finger and thumb pointed toward this shoulder. Get the finger laced or unlaced. There's 2 grips. Either one will work. Get the club just right. Shoulder slightly curled. Knee slightly bent. Follow through. Very important. Follow through. If you practice for thousands of hours, someday you might be able to knock a ball into a hole in the dirt.
He's trivializing this. This is something that people do for entertainment, and there's nothing wrong with it. Unless you're spending millions of dollars in taxpayer money for security and to transport you from, like, the golf course to the White House and back again and all that other shit, then I have a problem with what you're doing. But people can't just, like, have fun. Is that banned in your mind? Is that wrong to just enjoy themselves? What is wrong with you, Kent Hovind? Seriously, what a scumbag.
Who's going to care in 1,000 years that you knocked a ball in the hole in the dirt? Look, I'm not against sports necessarily, but I think we've gone...
Necessarily, he says.
Sports crazy. I think Satan is using that to distract us. It's not necessarily sinful. It's just stupid. Now, if you're using it to keep in shape, because you have to live in your body the rest of your life, you ought to keep your body in shape. I understand all that. I'm going to live in mine till I die. And I'm going to try to make dying the last thing I do, but look, we get distracted. We're really more worried about who throws the ball through the hoop or who carries the pig bladder down the cow pasture than we are about who's going to hell across the street from us. You're not right with God, if that's your attitude. Solomon said in Ecclesiastes chapter 5, and he ought to know, Solomon said, "He that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver." You know what the millionaires want? More money. That's the problem with these globalist guys. Rockefeller and all these guys trying to take over the world, and they probably will. But their problem is they got a bunch of money and they want it all.
I can agree with that.
They have big plans, and it's working good. And we're going to have to suffer because of it. Well, hey, God's in charge. The meek shall inherit the earth.
I mean, Kent Hovind is a millionaire. He was a millionaire at that time, too. Do you know that he bragged in the New York Times about not filing a tax return for 30 years? Literally never filed one his whole life, basically. And he ended up going to prison for 10 years because he actively covered up the investigation and lied and everything else. It was wild.
Just serve the Lord. Better read the Beatitudes, you know, Matthew 5, 6, 7. He that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver. You know, I bet that applies to a lot of stuff. The people that have a big house, you know what they want? Bigger house. The people that have a fast car, you know what they want? Faster. The people that have 50 pairs of shoes in their closet, do you know what they want? More shoes. Right? Things in this world will not satisfy.
That's so funny coming from a tax protester.
Might as well figure it out. Things here are never going to satisfy. Satan uses these things to draw us along. Hey, come on, a little further, come on, right here. Bigger car, new car, look at this. Or Lincoln Continental, well, come on, come on, come on. He's leading us on. Keep chasing these dreams, bigger house, better job, more pay, better retirement. It's never going to satisfy.
I don't know. I think, like, people say money doesn't buy happiness, but a jet ski brings happiness and money buys a jet ski. I've never seen anybody sad on a jet ski. It's an old joke. I'm not sure where it's from, but money absolutely does buy happiness. Do not let people tell you it doesn't. It 100% does. I'm making on YouTube under the median income right now. But there was a time when I was making $34,000 a month on YouTube. At one point, $34,000 a month. That brought some happiness, for sure. That brought happiness, absolutely. It brings happiness. Do not let people lie to you about that shit. Was that during your podcasts? That was it was after the West Virginia thing where, my kid's teacher attacked us. It was a few months after that until, and it lasted for a couple of years. And it wasn't 34,000 reliably. It fluctuated from 16,000 to 34,000 a month. But living in New York City was expensive, so anyway, yeah.
What we need to do is lay up treasures in heaven where moth and rust do not corrupt and thieves do not break through nor steal. Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Folks, we got a problem. America's in trouble. I want to help. I have a goal. I want to take the creation message and destroy the evolution philosophy because it, based on Satan's lie to Eve, is the underlying philosophy that's causing all these social problems we see. Evolution is the philosophy behind abortion, Nazism, the New Age movement.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Just a second. The Bible is in favor of abortion. What are you talking about? It's the basis of abortion or whatever. That sounds completely fucking made up.
Because it, based on Satan's lie to Eve, is the underlying philosophy that's causing all these social problems we see. Evolution is the philosophy behind abortion, Nazism.
No. The basis behind Nazism was nationalism. It's right in the name. Nationalist socialists. And eugenics. And racism. Which are the foundational kind of beliefs of the Republican Party, of right-wingers. Evolution is just the basis of a scientific kind of... let me rephrase. Evolution is just the basis of certain fields of science. That's it.
The New Age movement, it all comes from the same philosophy. Instead of
the New Age movement, evolution is the basis of the New Age movement?
plucking the branches off this tree, let's cut the thing down. I'm in favor of fighting abortion. I'm in favor of fighting communism. I'm in favor of all that.
Why? Why? Numbers 5:11-23 is overtly, openly in favor of abortion. How can you be opposed to abortion when the Bible is in favor of it?
But that's not getting at the problem. I want to go after the problem, the root cause, chop it down. I got a goal. 2 Chronicles 7:14 is the only solution to America's problems. Folks, unless a miracle happens, we're going to be a communist country with Christians being thrown in these concentration camps.
God, dude, they've been spreading this garbage about being a communist country for like decades. It's wild.
Real soon. Here's the solution. You want to prevent that? Here it is. If my people, the Christians, the problem is not the queers or the prostitutes or the drug addicts or the pimps or the politicians. The problem with America is the Christians.
What a piece of shit, dude, honestly.
If my people, which are called by my name, shall vote Republican and join the militia and store up survival foods, try that one more time. Shall humble themselves and pray, how much of that have you done? And seek my face and turn off their wicked TVs, or no, I'm sorry, turn from their wicked ways, then, God said, I will hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal their land. The only solution is for God to step in. It's hopelessly gone. We're done. We lost. Get ready for the persecution.
Oh, fucking please. Get ready for the persecution. Okay.
We lost. You know, I don't think the disciples sat around discussing what the Roman soldiers were doing. Hey, did you know they moved 30,000 new troops into Bethlehem? They were too busy out trying to win the world, weren't they? And I'm in favor of reading stuff. I get the Anti-Shyster magazine, you know, and I like reading about all the stuff. They're doing a tremendous magazine. Man, I like this stuff, you know, about how the different phone taps they've got that can tap you anything. I mean, you can't break a phone tap. They've got them now where they can listen to you with your phone on the hook. I read all.
What the hell is he talking about? They could not listen to people through their phones if it was on the hook. Give it a fucking rest, Kent. My God.
That stuff. I know about a lot of that.
I think that the government could listen to people through the speakers on their cell phones if they got cooperation from Apple and or Android, and I'd be willing to bet they got that cooperation through Android, but Apple prides itself on its privacy. If they really wanted, I think that they could probably do that, but I don't think they are. It would be really hard to justify that from a legal perspective, so yeah.
But there's the solution, right there. The solution is godliness, not the ballot box. I think we should vote, and I do. And I vote for the right people as much as I can if they're available. And I study the candidates. But that's not the solution. There's the solution. Proverbs 11:30, he that winneth souls is wise. I think we need to get busy and win folks to Christ. That's what the disciples did. That's how they took over the world, didn't they? I think we should study all this stuff, and then I think we should go out and win souls. You say, I don't know how. Well, learn how. Not that hard. I was a brand new Christian. I'd been saved a couple of months. A friend of mine said, hey, Kent, let's go down to the Heart of Illinois Fair. They got a booth there set up. Youth for Christ or something like that. Some organization has a booth, and we bring in kids and try to get them saved. I said, man, I don't know how to do that. He said, you don't have to do anything. All you got to do is go out into the crowd and bring people back, and one of the soul winners will show them how to get saved. So I had a little survey. They had to fill out these 10 questions, you know, and the last question said, would you like to get to know God better? If they said yes, I would say, hey, come on with me. I'll have somebody show you. I was having a blast, man. First 2 days, I was bringing kids back saying, hey, this George wants to get to know the Lord better. Can you show him how? Oh, sure. Third day.
This is actually a source of trauma for me, having been a Jehovah's Witness. I have a really hard time convincing people or cold talking to people, cold calling, whatever. It's hard. I do not like it. I was at the SSA convention in 2018, I think, maybe, with Genetically Modified Skeptic. We were small. We were like 50,000 subbies each. And there were some T-shirts left over from a booth, and he was like, here, let's go pass these out. And he gave me half, and he took half, and we were just going around to people asking if they just wanted them. We weren't trying to, like, sell them. We were just giving them away. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It was just too much like evangelizing, you know. Not easy. So it's just not my forte anymore.
I was out there in the crowd. This big old football player from Richwoods High School, our arch enemy. I went to East Peoria. Big old football player. I said, fill the questionnaire out, you know. He said, yes, I'd like to get to know God better. I said, hey, come with me. We went back to the back of the tent. I opened up the tent flap. There was nobody there. They were all gone. All the soul winners were gone. Getting a Coke or something, I don't know, but they were gone. Big old guy looked at me and said, well, what do we do now? I said, well, I guess I'll show you. I'd never showed anybody in my life. I'd only been saved 3 months myself. I couldn't have found any verse in the Bible. We sat down in the chairs.
He's a really good speaker, right? He's very good at kind of drawing people in and making analogies and things like that. Very charismatic. Interesting.
I didn't know what to do. I had a tract in my pocket, the 4 spiritual laws. I said, let me read this to you. I read it to him. At the end, it had a prayer. Would you like to be saved? He said, yeah. I said, oh man, what do I do now? I got him on the hook and I can't bring him in. I said, well, let's pray. And you pray what I pray. You repeat after me, and you can ask Jesus into your heart. We bowed our heads, closed our eyes. I kept one eye open. I read the prayer off the paper. Dear Lord Jesus. He said, dear Lord Jesus. Led him through the sinner's prayer. When we got done, he was crying. Big old guy. He looked at me and he said, man, thanks. He said, I've been worried about this for a couple of weeks. Thanks so much.
For a couple of weeks? You've been thinking about Jesus for a couple of weeks? Okay.
For showing me how to go to heaven. He left. I got down on my knees in that chair in that tent, the Heart of Illinois Fair. I said, Lord, I don't know what you want from me. I'm only 16. I don't know what you want from me.
He was 16 years old. Interesting. Supposedly. I mean, if this is even a real story, I hesitate to believe a word out of his mouth.
But I know one thing. I want to do this the rest of my life. I want to bring people to Jesus. From now on, Lord, would you please let me do this?
Dude, is he pretending to cry right now? Is Kent Hovind pretending that he's crying? Okay.
From now on. I don't know what's important to you folks. Maybe you're too tied up with that car, that house, those flowers. I don't know what your problem is. But if you're not winning souls, you're not wise. During the Civil War, this big old country boy from Alabama signed up to go fight the Yanks. He's going to go fight them Yanks, man. Them intruders come down here. He went off to...
Wait, are you taking the side of a Civil War Confederate? It sounds like that's what he's doing.
Boot camp, got his backpack, got his rifle, showed up for the battlefield, said, reporting for duty, sir. Sergeant said, son, we're glad you're here. We need recruits bad. He said, son, your job is to guard the trench right here. The Yanks are...
Yeah, he's told this stupid story 1,000 times. It's weird to hear this story from him because he's siding with the Confederates in this story.
Over there, we're dug in, they're dug in, nobody's moving. Guard the trench, son. He said, Sarge, I didn't come to guard no trench. I come to fight Yanks. And they're right over there. Can't I go fight them? He said, son, you just guard the trench. Well, he's guarding the trench. He's marching back and forth. He's getting madder by the minute. He didn't come to guard no trench. He come to fight the Yanks. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He dropped everything, dropped his rifle, jumped...
This is all fake, of course.
...up out of the trench and ran, screaming and yelling across no man's land, straight for the Yankee trench. A one-man rebel charge. The Yanks were stunned. What's the matter with this guy? They didn't even shoot. He jumped into the Yankee trench, picked up the first Yankee he saw, and boom, knocked him out cold. Big old country boy, he'd been hauling hay, knocked him out one punch, man. Picked up his prisoner and ran back across to the rebel trench. The Rebs all gathered around and said, what is that? He said, that's a Yankee. He said, well, yeah, we know. Where'd you get him? He said, I got him over yonder. He said, there's a whole bunch more over there. He said, you all could have had one if you'd have wanted one. Y'all could have had one if you'd have wanted one.
It's obviously a fake story where he sides with the Confederates for some bizarre fucking reason. I don't know what inspired him to take the side of the Confederates, but okay.
You know, folks, I think we're going to get to heaven pretty soon. voluntarily or involuntarily. But some people are going to have a crowd gathered around them that they influenced for God. They led people to Christ. They passed out tracts. They gave money to missionaries. They influenced people for God. They taught a Sunday school class. They drove a bus. They brought people to church. They got people saved. And some of you are going to get there. You're going to heaven, but you won't have anybody to show for it. You're going to get there all by yourself. You're going to walk up to somebody that's got this whole crowd in front of them, and you're going to say, where did you get all of them? They're going to say, I got them down yonder on the earth. Y'all could have had one if and yet I wanted one. You just don't want one bad enough, do you? You want to know who's winning the ball game more than...
What, can people not enjoy sports, really? Is that forbidden?
Getting somebody going to heaven, don't you? Folks, there's a war going on. Get involved. If you can't shoot, carry bullets, but do something. If you're here, you're watching me, or you're watching this tape, and you've never accepted Christ as your Savior, hey.
Okay, that seems like the end of his bit. Jesus Christ, this guy is insufferable. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. All right, let's see here. There's a part 1 to this. Let me just see what this is about. Chapters. Presentation framing evolution as foundational to Antichrist theology. Introduces a presentation on creation, evolution, dinosaurs. Evolution is part of a spiritual battle. Satan's deception. I have a script that I wrote on Opus Dei that I'd considered reading as well, but I think I'm gonna hold off on that for now. Give me a second. Let me pull some of these up. I got some videos that I found here. I thought they were pretty interesting. What's this one? I forget.
Burn his MAGA hats after Donald Trump told his supporters to basically get over the Epstein files. Just take a look.
We're not going to play with these anymore. MAGA hats are off. America First hats are on.
Bro does not know how to light a lighter.
Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, some of these are pretty interesting. Let's see. What's this one?
Caesar 25:17.
Oh, I remember this.
And it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides.
Okay, yes. Let's cover this real fast. Let me pull these with briefcase. Real simple. Just hit this. All right, paste. And then the next one, this app I wrote, paste. Grab this video, paste. And then analyze and transcribe, add to queue. I don't know why this is in the queue. Process all. And then they should download all legal, like, yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers. Hang on, I'm looking. I know that trench story he said well, but it was a Northern soldier capturing a Confederate in my school textbook. Really? That's interesting. So did he flip it to Confederates? Why? Just because he supports the Confederates? Apparently there's some trench warfare. 70,000 casualties from it. All legal, like, yeah, legal. Uh-oh, this one didn't want to download. What was the problem with this one? The Sean Hannity one? Did they... Oh, it was a website. That's why. Not a... Let's see if I can... Hold on. Let me see if I can grab this with the generic extractor. 1 second here. No, I can't. That sucks. Can I download it some other way? I guess we can just play it, but I would like to grab it. So let me just copy this and see if I can grab it elsewhere. 1 second here. All right. Let me pull these videos up real fast. Okay. As many people probably know, Trump is feuding with the Pope of all people right now. The Pope is basically saying war is bad. We don't want war. We should avoid it at all costs. And Trump is making fun of the Pope, and all of his weird little nutcases like Mike Johnson are supporting that. Listen to this. I can't understand. I think they're saying last night. Let me see. Can I pull this up in the transcript? Hold on. No, I can't understand it.
Listen, I'm not one to criticize clerics and religious leaders. We defend free speech, and we certainly defend the right to the free exercise of religion. And, you know, a pontiff or any religious leader can say anything they want. But obviously, if you wade into political waters, I think you should expect some political response. And I think
the Pope was literally explaining how Jesus would view war.
The Pope's received some of that. I was taken a little bit aback, just honestly, frankly, by something that was said. I think he said it several days back that something about those who engage in war, that Jesus doesn't hear their prayers or something. It is a very well settled matter of Christian theology. There's something called the just war doctrine. There's a time to every purpose under heaven. I think what the president's comments, what the vice president's comments reflect is their understanding deep in the, the skiff and the classified briefings of the stakes that are so high and the situation that we're facing and the fact that you had the nation that was the largest sponsor of terrorism.
So he goes on to explain why Donald Trump is right to fight the war in Iran religiously, fascinatingly. So I want to look up the just war doctrine. I looked this up. And let me just lay it out for you. The just war doctrine is developed primarily by St. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas. It's rooted in natural law and stipulates criteria including just cause, right intention, and proportionality, allowing for defensive wars against aggression and the protection of innocent lives. It comes with a checklist. For a war to be religiously justified, it has to have a just cause. The war is defensive, not aggressive. It's complete backwards, or that's the complete opposite of what the Iran war is right now. It was a war of aggression. It has to have the right intention. The goal is peace, not conquest or revenge. Obviously, this is based on conquest and revenge, on Israel's part, if no other. Legitimate authority declared by proper governing authority, not vigilantes. That checks out. Last resort, all peaceful alternatives exhausted. Well, we had a peaceful alternative, you see, but instead of retaining the peaceful alternative, the Iran nuclear deal, through Obama, Donald Trump ripped up the Iran nuclear deal, which made war inevitable. So the peaceful means that we had to resolve this was erased by Donald Trump, and we were left with a single option war after that. The probability of success, it can't be a futile slaughter. And proportionality, the harm caused doesn't outweigh the good achieved. That's the just war doctrine. So the thing that Mike Johnson just presented as proof that the Pope is wrong on this spiritually is ridiculous nonsense.
Now, having had that ability taken away from them, that means potentially millions of innocent people will be able to keep their lives and not be killed by terrorists.
Nonsense. Iran was not building a nuke. There was a fatwa on building a nuke in Iran. This is purely and completely a war of aggression.
That's a good thing. That's what's come out of this, okay? So I don't want to.
But see, here's the interesting part. This whole thing is motivated by religious doctrine. The war in Iran is motivated by religious doctrine. Hilariously, Pete Hegseth quotes a Bible verse on stage, but it's a fake Bible verse from Pulp Fiction.
So the prayer is Caesar 25:17, and it reads, and pray with me, please.
Caesar? Is that a Bible book I'm unaware of?
So the prayer is Caesar 25:17.
Caesar 25:17, okay.
And it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
It was fake. It's a fake verse. I have to wonder how he came up with that verse, how he ended up on a stage reciting that verse, that fake Bible verse. How did that happen? Was the Google search like, what is that Pulp Fiction, or what is that Bible verse from Pulp Fiction? And it quoted it, and he thought that it was like from some kind of a non-canonical book called Caesar or something? Is that where that came from? Is that how he ended up reading it on stage in front of soldiers? I'm just trying to understand the logistics of how he ended up reading a fake Bible verse on stage. That is some shit, right? That was, hold on. If he wasn't responsible for ordering so much death and destruction, I'd have a laugh at this. As it stands, it's terrifying. Why the fuck is the moron leading a prayer in a public building? Did he just Google Bible quote? Is this copyright infringement? This is exactly the type of irresponsible, overambitious, slacker BS I'd expect from someone who used AI to plan a war. He is the definition of just enough knowledge to be dangerous, but he's probably too naive to realize that means he is a danger to himself and those he's trying to serve. The AI photos with Jesus, the attack on the Pope, this. And here's a clip from Sean Hannity talking to somebody about the Pope.
I had a meeting last night at my church, and I saw my priest, and we were talking, and I said, you know, Father, I got to tell you something. I really don't like the Pope. I don't like him at all. He's not on my A list. And he just busted out laughing.
I don't like the Pope either. That's why I'm not a Catholic.
Well, I am a Catholic, so it's awkward for me. But you know it was so bad before.
The Pope made a statement. Did you see the Pope's statement? Now, if you
I
want
see
to bring
everything
this up,
he says. I hate watch him. It's terrible.
You hate watching him. I hate the Pope.
No, I hate watch him. Get it? Like, I hate what he says, so I hate watch him. Like, I got to know what he says because I got to know. But I hate watch him. It's like I'm just watching it because I know it's going to tick me off.
Okay. He doesn't want any conflict anywhere, and he was talking about violence.
That's not exactly true, but the conflicts happening right now are needless, pointless, empty conflicts that have no purpose or basis behind them other than causing more suffering. I think if there was a righteous conflict, the Pope would be in favor of it. If the Nazis returned, which they have, but if they actually started genociding people again, and, you know, everybody needed to come together to prevent them from taking control of Europe again, I'm very confident the Pope would be in favor of freeing people in a justified defensive war.
Violence. And I'm like, have you even read the Bible? Have you read?
He's literally asking the Pope if he's read the Bible. Unironically. The Pope, to be Pope, you must have been instrumental in forming religious ideology. You must prove that you understand religious ideology flawlessly. It's part of the deal, part of the job. You must be celibate from birth. You cannot have slept with anybody, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. You must have spent the vast majority of your life serving others. There are a whole bunch of bizarre criteria to it. Trust me, the Pope knows the Bible better than Sean Hannity. He certainly knows the Bible better than me, than maybe anybody on earth, honestly. To be Pope, you have to have an obscenely strong grip on biblical traditions, beliefs, canon, ideologies, the whole nine. To say such a thing is fucking wild.
The conflicts, the wars that the Israeli people they were empowered by God to defeat their enemies. Did you ever hear the story about David slaying Goliath through the power of God with a sling?
That was defensive, obviously, dumbass. Did you miss the part where it has to be defensive?
Slingshot against this massive giant. Or the conflicts and the wars of King Saul and so on and so forth. And frankly, all throughout Israel's history, they've been, surrounded by enemies.
Yeah, guess what? You're Christian, not Israeli, or not Jewish.
But as God's chosen people, they against all odds keep winning. Pretty amazing.
Anyway, Sean Hannity is such an embarrassment, dude. It's wild to watch people completely turn on religious figures who are objectively, factually the experts on these subjects. Like the Pope is an expert on the Bible, and claim that you know more about the Bible than him. It's just insane. It is insane to watch. These people are all clowns. They are literally quoting Pulp Fiction as a real Bible verse. I don't know if you guys have seen Pulp Fiction, but after that point, if I remember, he's basically asked, what did all of that mean? And he said, I don't know. It just sounds like some real badass shit to say before you kill somebody. Which kind of makes the whole verse even more fucked up that Hegseth would be reading it. Then there is, let's see, go to the twit. And I'm actually going to search for something, but I'm going to do it over here on the side. I'm going to look for Nick Adams. Hold on. Just looking here. Okay.
The honor of a
and then I want to cover a podcast I've been listening to.
Lifetime to serve as your special presidential envoy for American tourism.
Everyone know that I am an absolute.
Hold on 1 second.
It was political was when D.A. Willis worked with the Jan 6 committee, Biden's White House. And
I'm looking for some of the crazy shit that Nick Adams says on his Twitter. President Trump looks strong and ready to save the world. Okay. Well, I might have to do more research on Nick Adams before I talk about him. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Absolutely insane. Absolutely nuts. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom real fast. I'll be back in just 30 seconds. And I want to listen to a podcast in just a second. So let me pull it up. I've been listening to the Necessary Conversation podcast. Wait, what was that? Is this Smiley? It is.
Hey everyone. For those who have seen the most recent episode of From, it looks like Smiley is still striking fear into the hearts of Fromville citizens. It was great to be back on set, to meet some wonderful, new, exciting people, and to also see some awesome, familiar faces. With the season finale just 1 week away, stay tuned, and let's see what thrills it brings.
Dude, I'm such a fan of the TV show From. It is so good. And this guy plays a villain who almost never talks in the entire thing. All right, yeah, let's pull this up. Here, hang on. Here it is. All right.
Welcome to the
All right, I'm going to let this play for just a second. Going to run over, use the bathroom real fast, and then we're going to listen to this whole thing.
Necessary Conversation Midweek Edition. It is me, Chad Colchin, with my mom, Mary Lou. She's very MAGA. I'm very not MAGA. Usually on these midweek episodes, we show each other videos from across the divide in this country, across the divide of the political ideologies in the United States, to try and get each other to see our perspectives, or at least some of the news and media that we're taking in. Today, though, there has been a very important issue that's kind of breaking this week. I didn't want to wait till Sunday to talk to you about it, Mom. So we're going to spend today talking about Trump's post of himself as Jesus and his ongoing war with the Pope. You are Catholic. Dad is Catholic. So, before we start this, you've sent me 6 videos that all pertain to this in one way or another, right?
Yes, I'm sorry I sent so many. I kept seeing them. I kept thinking, this is good, but then I said number 3, take out. So, and they're pretty quick. They're pretty short. Some of them are.
No, that's fine. We can play as many as you want because I don't really have much to play.
Okay. Let me give a little bit of lead up to this. This is a great podcast. I watch this podcast every single week. I love this podcast. It's called The Necessary Conversation, and it's a MAGA mom and dad who argue with their left-wing children. On the left is one of the children, Chad. He's left-leaning. And on the right is the MAGA mother. They're Catholic. This episode is about how Trump has been just tearing down the Pope lately and how she feels about it. It's wild. Listen to this. Let me pull it, actually.
Welcome to the Necessary Conversation Midweek Edition. It is me, Chad Colchin, with my mom, Mary Lou. She's very MAGA. I'm very not MAGA. Usually on these midweek episodes, we show each other videos from across the divide in this country, across the divide of the political ideologies in the United States, to try and get each other to see our perspectives, or at least some of the news and media that we're taking in. Today, though, there has been a very important issue that's kind of breaking this week. I didn't want to wait till Sunday to talk to you about it, Mom. So we're going to spend today talking about Trump's post of himself as Jesus and his ongoing war with the Pope.
This is a Wednesday episode. On Wednesdays, it's usually just a couple of them, 1 or 2. I'm sorry. Usually on Wednesdays, it's a couple of them, 2 or 3 sometimes. This time, it's just him and his mom. And they show each other videos from the other side of the aisle to kind of burst through the bubble, basically.
Are Catholic. Dad is Catholic. So, before we start this, you've sent me 6 videos that all pertain to this in one way or another, right?
Yes, I'm sorry I sent so many. I kept seeing them. I kept thinking, this is good, but then I said number 3, take out. So, and they're pretty quick. They're pretty short. Some of them are.
No, that's fine. We can play as many as you want because I don't really have much to play. I just have, that ain't it. Shit. I just have kind of a timeline of what has gone on here, which I was going to read to you so that we can kind of, discuss basically what has gone down and where we are in all of this, if that's okay with you.
The number one clip I sent you was not about the subject. It was about the White House page that I thought had a very cool video on there. The number one clip that I sent you, it said White House TikTok page.
Okay. And you want me to do what with that?
Well, that can be our very first one after I do my quick little ditty here, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, do your ditty.
Yeah, my ditty was, I saw this last week in the news, but then today the video of it came out and they released it. It happened in Oklahoma. It happened in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. You know where Pauls Valley is, don't you, Chad? Like from here in between us and Haley?
I don't know exactly.
Okay. Anyway.
They live in Oklahoma, I believe.
It was at a high school. The clip that comes out there is a hero in this for sure. It was the principal, Mr. Moore. His first name is...
I'm actually going to jump forward because this is unnecessary, like talking about something.
And he justified...
All right, here.
...themes for his election.
Hold on.
Leave him lost. Okay.
Trump versus the Pope, and Trump believing he is Jesus Christ. So I just want to give the background of this entire rivalry, I guess, between the current Pope and Trump. So really from May 2025 to early April, the current Pope, Pope Leo, he's the first U.S.-born Pope. He was elected in May 2025 after the death of Pope Francis. He's been criticizing Trump, his deportation policies, his starting of wars, even from before becoming Pope. He's always made peace and justice and migrant rights central themes of his papacy. So early in 2026, Pope Leo branded Trump's threat to destroy a whole civilization in Iran as, quote, truly unacceptable. And he had previously criticized the mass deportation campaign as inhumane. Then on April 11th, Pope Leo presided over an evening prayer service in St. Peter's Basilica the same day that the United States and Iran began face-to-face negotiations in Pakistan during a fragile ceasefire. Without naming Trump, he gave a message during this meeting, and he it was directed at the administration, which justified the war in religious terms. And earlier in the week, he had spoken of, quote, a delusion of omnipotence, referring to Trump. Wow. Then on April 12th...
So the Pope has been coming hard at Donald Trump lately, which is completely deserved.
CBS aired a 60 Minutes segment highlighting Pope Leo's disapproval of mass deportations and the Iran war. Minutes after that segment aired, Trump posted an angry response on Truth Social, calling Leo, quote, weak on crime and terrible in foreign policy, claiming that Leo was elected Pope only because he was an American. And
like, weak on crime doesn't really make any sense in terms of the Vatican, right? What a weird thing to say about the Pope. Weak on crime.
They thought that would be the best way to deal with President Trump. And he told Pope Leo, stop catering to the radical left. About 46 minutes later, Trump posts the now infamous picture of himself as Jesus Christ. I'm putting that up on our screen right now. There it is, Mom, if you want to look at it.
I'm looking. I've seen
Marjorie Taylor Greene then, that night, wrote on X, it's more than blasphemy. It's an antichrist spirit. Bishop Robert Barron.
Dude, Marjorie Taylor Greene calling Trump the Antichrist, right? In reality, there was no single Antichrist. That is a misinterpretation of what the Bible was actually saying. The word Antichrist in the Bible means people opposed to Jesus. It's not saying an individual will arise who is, blah, 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 you know, the opposite of Jesus or whatever. But, you know, far be it from me to correct Christian doctrine, I suppose. According to the Antichrist doctrine, Donald Trump matches it exactly, like disturbing.
A member of Trump's own Religious Liberty Commission called the post entirely inappropriate and disrespectful and said Trump owed the Pope an apology. On Monday, aboard his plane to Algiers, the start of an 11-day African tour, Pope Leo told reporters, I have no fear, neither of the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel, and he pledged to keep speaking against war. And then Monday, April 13th, Trump deletes the post and lies, saying it's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better. I do make people better.
It's so stupid, dude. It's so stupid and unbelievable, uncredible. Like, if you believe that that was what Donald Trump was doing, he thought he was a doctor in that photo, you're a fucking idiot. You're a gullible sucker. You'll believe anything this scumbag tells you. Anything. And fascinatingly, actually, the Pope in Hitler's era had a lot more power than even he gave himself credit for. And Hitler knew that. He knew that the Pope had a lot of power and wanted to neuter the Pope, basically, to the best of his ability. Because, you know, if the Pope at that time had instructed Catholics to lay down their arms, half of Hitler's military would have disappeared overnight. He wouldn't have anybody in certain areas of Germany to fight anymore. The Pope held so much authority and sway and power in Germany that Hitler felt that nobody should be allowed to wield that level of power except for him, is basically what it was. And as a result, Hitler tried really hard to disenfranchise and discredit the Pope, basically, and succeeded to some degree, but the Pope really should have fought against Hitler harder than he did.
So that's where we are with this. Mom, look at that picture.
I see it.
Do you think that's a doctor?
I see it as someone healing someone, maybe, but not as a doctor. I see the American flag, patriotic. I see soldiers in it. I see a nurse in it. I see someone praying in it.
Yeah.
I see three, supposed to be maybe what, angels up above, but the middle one is quite demon.
Come on. Is she unironically trying to claim that that Donald Trump was not pretending to be Jesus in this picture?
Looking.
Yeah.
So when I first saw it, I did think,
hang on.
What? Okay.
Hang on. You didn't answer the question.
What?
Is that a doctor?
No, that's not a doctor.
Okay.
As far as I know, doctors don't heal people with light in their palms.
He's wearing Jesus's robes, and he has golden magic coming out of his hands.
Well, actually, Jesus, they said, never wore red.
Fucking please. Like anyone has any idea what Jesus wore. This is such a fucking joke, dude. She cannot accept reality right in front of her. I'm sorry. This is just sad.
That would be more like a pope. That he was trying to look like a pope, maybe.
He's trying... Are you kidding me right now? You believe that Trump was trying to make himself the Pope? Does the Pope heal people with magic in his hands?
Have you ever seen a doctor dressed like that?
No, and I've never seen glowing things come from a doctor's hand.
Right.
Now, okay.
You were saying when you first saw this image.
When I first saw this image, I thought, and I mean, I didn't like knee jerk and go, what the, I thought, what is this all about? So because of my brain, I start reading, I start looking at different people, what they
Okay, here's the problem. She's looking at different people, what they said about it.
were saying. I really did.
This is the issue right here. She doesn't look at things at face value. Donald Trump posted a picture of himself as Jesus. She went around looking for propaganda that people had released about this picture instead of accepting it for what it is. It's a picture of Trump as Jesus. She started looking for the explanations.
Did read. I read a lot.
Okay.
Here's some of my feelings, what I think was happening. That original picture without the demon in it and without, I think there was one other image that was weirdly AI'd later. It was created by a man named Nick Adams.
This dude is fucking insane. Nick Adams was some leader of maybe a mayor or something in Australia, and he literally banned pigeons from his district. Like, pushed through legislation to make it illegal for pigeons to be in his town. Seriously. No pigeons shall be allowed here. Kind of shit. He likes to write insane fan fiction about Donald Trump. Let me see if I can find one. Hold on. Nick Adams seeing Melania. I think I covered this at the time, but let me find it. Yeah. Yeah, this is the post. This is Nick Adams telling us what happened when he went to see Melania's documentary, you know, or whatever, Melania. And here's how he describes it. I'm settling in for a showing of Melania, and the theater is packed. Earlier, a bystander asked if I was heading in to see Avatar, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Avatar? No, son, I curtly replied. I don't watch woke movies. I'm here to see the groundbreaking documentary about our incredibly talented First Lady. The man's two little girls began jumping up and down, pulling on his sleeve and begging, Daddy, we want to see Melania. But, he stammered, I thought you girls wanted to see Zootopia too. No, 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 they said, now nearly shouting. We want to see Melania. She is the most beautiful First Lady ever. Their father was scrambling, stressed out, and disoriented. Girls, I'm afraid you aren't the... Wait a minute. Who's saying this? Girls, I'm afraid you aren't the only ones who are captivated by President Trump and his beautiful wife, I said, kneeling to get on their level. Virtually everyone in this theater is here for the 7:30 p.m. showing and has been sold out for days. Tears began to well up in their eyes. But, I said, But, I said in a husband tone, God, it says hushed. But, I said in a hushed tone, I happen to have a few extra tickets with me, and I'd like you and your dad to have them. They jumped for joy and began hugging their father. He looked relieved as he wiped the sweat off his brow with a smile. I handed him the tickets and pulled him close. Raise these girls right, I whispered. Teach them to be classy, conservative women of faith like Melania. Don't let them become like Meghan Markle. Capiche? He hugged me and thanked me profusely. What are you going to do now? He asked. Don't worry about me, son, I told him, with a twinkle in my eye. I've already got tickets to the next showing. So he showed up to the movie Melania with 4 tickets purchased for the 7:30 showing and a 5th ticket for the 8 o'clock showing, presumably. What the fuck? What kind of insane, nonsensical garbage is this fan fiction? Anyway, that's Nick Adams. Here he is, right here. Famously banned pigeons from his district. What else do you say about a guy like that? Hold on, let me, give me a second here, I'm sorry. I'm trying to reinstall Briefcase because I just rebuilt it. Give it just a second. I wanted to pull some Nick Adams videos real fast. All right, here we go. Got it. No, son. It is embarrassingly fucking stupid. Just painfully, embarrassingly stupid. All of it. Hold on, I'm just checking what I got a text. Vet Tech. Damn. All right, here we go. Downloading. Now let me find Nick Adams. Here you go. Here's a clip from Nick Adams.
Look,
yeah, here. A while back, M&M's released a special. What was it? It was some kind of a feminist, like Women's Day pack or something. It was a Women's Day pack or something to that effect. I don't even remember now. And he just lost his fucking shit over that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Adams here, your favorite Twitter account on the planet. Well, by now I'm sure that you've heard the fantastic news, which is that M&M's and Mars are taking an indefinite pause on their spokes candies. And that, ladies and gentlemen, you can attribute...
Sorry, wait a minute. No. Maybe it's this video I was looking for.
G'day guys, Nick Adams here. I want to speak about M&M's.
This is in Times Square. I've been there 1,000 times.
I want to speak about Mars, the company behind M&M's. M&M's have just released feminist M&M's. Yes, you heard me right.
Would you call them feminems?
Feminist M&M's. Egregious sexism of the worst and most conceivable kind. It is outrageous, it is disgusting, and it must not stand. That is
Literally just Women's Day M&M pack.
why I am calling for a complete and total boycott of all things Mars, and particularly M&M's. It will not stand. Let me say this loudly, let me say this clearly, let me say this unambiguously. Any male that buys a packet of M&M's from today forward must hand in their man card, because they are a soft, woke, beta male feminist who has serious problems. Until M&M's rectify this grave wrong by giving us all male M&M's, this boycott will remain. We will not stand for this at all. M&M's.
Anyway, he goes on to say, we will stick to Skittles until the boycott is over. Hilariously, Skittles are also made by Mars, so he's an idiot. He's just the dumbest motherfucker on planet Earth is the point. And he was the one that did the AI Jesus Donald Trump thing.
Now, did you know this, Chad?
Yeah, I researched a little bit about this. I know what you're talking about, how
And
the
it
middle
was-
soldier got changed from just a soldier to a demon.
And the one that didn't have the demon in it was posted onto that man's account, Nick Adams, on February the 4th. It went viral without any drama. He had 0 bad comments.
Yeah.
They did ask that man, what is this about? And he said it was his goal to show Trump is healing America.
Okay.
That's what that guy said. He is a huge Trump supporter.
And Trump appointed him to the position of like ambassador to Morocco or some stupid shit, or Malaysia. Maybe it was Malaysia. Yeah, ambassador to Malaysia, which is actually a serious position because Malaysia is like a military dictatorship, if I remember correctly. And it's conceivable that we would have serious run-ins with them. The fact that he's the ambassador to a country that is that we may actually have run-ins with is fucking absurd. It is absurd.
And Trump even gave him some title. I forget what it is. I have it written down somewhere. But that's not the image that AI, that first one that was made by that guy, is not what was posted.
Right.
Then someone gave that image to someone that maybe didn't like Trump, put the demon in and sent it to Trump. And then Trump did repost it.
Yeah.
And he said, healing America. That's what he thought too. And he was like, I heard him say Red Cross or something, but then he did take it down.
Yes. All of that is what I said.
Did you say Nick Adams, that was the original AI?
No. There's obviously been tampering with the image to put a demon over him. And he
Right.
posted that.
Right. But maybe he didn't really look to see what he was reposting and just thought, oh, that's me healing America.
Well, he's the president of the fucking United States, so maybe he should, first of all. And second, did he not think that that was, like, incredibly blasphemous? Don't tell me he didn't know that was Jesus. Everybody recognizes that as Jesus. Trump knows exactly what he's doing.
America. Now,
Okay, so let's take it at face value, like you're saying.
Right.
He was just stupid enough to repost this without looking at the image. Is that somebody you want to be running a war?
Well, I think, here's what I think too. Let me see.
She's trying to come up with excuses for Donald Trump on the spot, when you can just say this was a shithead thing to do. It was fucked up. He shouldn't have done it. That's possible, right? She cannot bring herself to say it. Now, I am of the personal belief that she's actually a good person who's been terribly propagandized. And, you know, if I like to think that they could get to her, that they could convince her that what she's saying and doing is just fucked up and wrong. I would like to think that's the case. But I don't know, man. It's like they never actually get her there.
Here's what I think.
The dad is just a piece of shit. He's just an evil person. And she said, like, he advocates for genocide all the time, regularly. Says they should all die, kill them all. They're not human, he says. Iranians are not human and don't deserve to live. And she says she doesn't think he really believes that. And I understand why she feels that way, because my dad said really heinous shit too. And I don't think he believed some of that shit either. I think he was saying it for shock value, honestly. My dad. I can totally see that. I'm about to die. Nope. Okay, I'm good. But that's no excuse, whether for shock value or not. That's no excuse. It's unacceptable, in my opinion.
And another thing, let me get through this, and then I'll come back to my real feeling. There was a pastor, Shane Vaughn. I read what he posted.
Shane Vaughn. I cover him all the time.
Said, I see the American flag, the soldier, the nurse, the patient, healing. The patient, this pastor said, is the United States of America, needing to be healed from within. And he said a disease of immigration policies, foreign policies that need to be changed, that are being robbed from us, that financially, spiritually, we need to make these changes.
Shane Vaughn is a vile, racist piece of shit, and also a Trump theologist, believes that Trump is actually Jesus. He believes he's the Son of Man sent by God to bring about God's kingdom on earth. Here's something that Shane Vaughn said about Ketanji Brown Jackson that I called him on, and that he responded to me personally in a video about.
See, the problem is Jumanji Jungle, Judge Jumanji Jungle Lips.
Judge Jumanji Jungle Lips Jackson. He's calling her an ape, obviously. This is an old racist trope about black people. Disgusting.
The problem with it is this, because what's coming out of her lips is monkey sense. Not common sense. It's jungle monkey sense pouring out of your liberal lips, and you are a curse to this nation. You are a rodent in our republic. Your mindset is messed up. It is the enemy of the people. Disrobe yourself because you have dishonored yourself.
He got in a lot of trouble for that one. And then he apologized for it afterward in this video. And then went on to say more racist shit. called her a slur. I'm trying to think about a JUNGLEBUNNY. I don't know how else to say it. You know, that's a racist slur against people.
Anyone that knows me personally knows there's not a racist bone in my body.
Obviously, right?
But a lot of people don't know me personally, do they? So they go by what I say.
Yeah, how the fuck else are we supposed to judge you?
And if you're just going by what I said that night, you have every right to be offended. That was unacceptable. And I'm asking every one of you to forgive me if you can find it in your heart to do so. And thank you for letting me learn from this experience. And I will learn from this experience. I will try to be more careful with my speech. And there's no excuse. I'm not going to try to excuse anything, but I do regret those words, and I will be much more careful in the future. I want to thank my haters on YouTube, Owen, Fireside Chat, others that we, I think they have a secret crush on me.
Totally.
But I want to thank them for calling me out on that. I deserved it. I should have been called out on that. And I always listen to my enemies.
And then he went on to call her a jungle bunny. Like in this episode, he said that shit.
Because enemies many times will tell you what you need to hear. And so I appreciate them for calling me out. And again, I apologize. So I still think
fucking disgusting. He is an evil human being. And it honestly blew me away that she quoted him. He will support literally anything that Trump says or does because he thinks that he is the second coming of Jesus. Actually, like really the second coming of Jesus.
And that he felt God raised Donald Trump to bring the healing to our America, our justice and financial system. So that was one religious guy that I did read what he said.
Okay, sure. There are people that are religious that are supporting Donald Trump in anything he does, of course.
Now,
but there are also people who are not. There are Marjorie Taylor Greene called him the fucking Antichrist.
Well, there's some MAGAs that have seen that and said, I'm done. I'm over it. That's it. That's not me.
Yeah. Why were you the main dude he called out? Sounds like he has a crush on you. Yeah. Because I was the biggest and most influential person calling him on it at that time, I believe.
Are you one of them?
No, that is not me. No.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me step back.
Christ.
Well, there's some MAGAs that have seen that and said, I'm done. I'm over it. That's it. That's not me.
Yeah. Are you one of them?
No, that is not me. No.
Okay.
That's going to be, he should not have reposted it. He should have come forward and said, hey, made a mistake or something. I shouldn't have posted that. That is, I think, him and the Pope fighting. That's kind of why he did that.
But Mom, the Pope...
That's unacceptable. First of all, I don't give a fuck what reason he has for being blasphemous. He can't be blasphemous. We were at 12:35, I believe, right? Yes. All right, 12:35. Hold on.
That is, I think, him and the Pope fighting. That's kind of why he did that.
But Mom, the Pope is the leader of your entire church.
Right. And
and Trump is shitting on the Pope.
No, the Pope needs to stay in his lane, and I think Trump needs to stay in his lane.
Now let me ask you this.
The separation of church and state.
Hang on.
Oh, fucking please. Now you're in favor of separation of church and state? Really? No. Don't give me that bullshit. She is in favor of merging church and state. She has been this entire time. It's all about furthering Donald Trump and the religious right's control over government. It always has been. And now she's complaining about it.
The separation of church and state, he fucking posted a picture of himself as Jesus Christ. There is no separation.
Well,
he is trying to ascend to be a religious figure. He's merging it all. There is no separation.
And the fact that she quoted Shane Vaughn says it all. Literally a Trump theologist.
The Pope, the Pope's only job on this planet, if you believe what the Pope is to literally talk to God and tell everybody what God says.
Okay,
that's what the Pope is.
But that's not happening. He is talking a lot more.
That's not happening. Then you're not Catholic. If you think the Pope is not communicating with God, then you are not Catholic.
Here's what I think,
You're misunderstanding something. You're saying the Pope needs to stay in his lane. His lane is God. God supersedes everything, especially for you, right? As a Catholic, don't you think God has control over President Trump and wars and everything that happens in existence?
Yes.
So the Pope's lane is everything. It's all of existence.
But it's not politics.
Are you fucking kidding me? The Pope runs a country, a legally recognized country, I believe called the Holy See. Or maybe that's the government of the country. The country would be the Vatican, I suppose. I'm not even sure. What the fuck? To say some shit like this. The Pope shouldn't get involved in politics. Like, fucking what?
It's not to be it's not to be a policy maker with wars and
you're misunderstanding something. Do you think God controls everything? Is all powerful?
Yes.
The Pope is God's voice on earth.
The Pope is God's voice on earth. Okay.
So the Pope,
I don't
at least
believe
for somebody
God,
who's Catholic, should be more powerful, more important than any political leader,
including Donald Trump, right?
Including the President of the United States.
I don't believe the Pope runs politics. That's not what the Pope is there for.
I'm not saying the Pope runs politics, but when the
he's
Pope
getting
talks
involved.
about
Mhm.
yes, but when the Pope talks about wars and politics and whatever, that is him channeling, or at least this is, I don't believe this, but this is what you believe if you're Catholic, that the Pope is channeling God's voice, God's will comes through the Pope to be disseminated to planet Earth.
Okay, but I still think it's him also as an individual. I really do.
According to official church doctrine, I believe the things the Pope says are not necessarily from God, but when he speaks on moral or religious issues, the Holy Spirit will prevent him from speaking incorrectly. That's the belief. The Pope can pop off about all kinds of things, but when he's actually speaking on moral or religious issues, that is definitively correct, according to Catholic doctrine. Again, I'm not Catholic. I'm atheist, but that's the belief.
Okay, here's another thing that was brought up to me.
So you're putting Trump above the Pope in your mind?
No, they both are very, very important men, but they need to stay in their own lanes. That's what I believe.
Wow, dude.
Okay, but do you think Trump is staying in his lane by posting pictures of himself as Jesus?
No, absolutely not.
So you don't support him anymore then, right?
Okay.
But this has happened before with other presidents, other first ladies.
No, the fuck it hasn't. When was the last president who posted a picture of themselves as Jesus?
The Last Supper at the Olympics and everybody.
That was not the Last Supper at the Olympics. That was the Feast of Dionysus. She's talking about... hold on. Let me find it. Yeah, this was it. They like hitting people with copyright strikes, so... They said that this was a mockery of Jesus. This is not a mockery of Jesus. This is the 2024 Olympics. This was the Feast of Dionysus, which is Greek, Because it's the Olympics, which is also Greek, you know? You get that? Like, I don't even know how they got the Last Supper from this. Anyway, again, they like hitting people with copyright strikes, so I'm not doing that. They hit you with copyright strikes for this, too. This was a 2008 Beijing Olympics opening ceremony. This one is the one I got a copyright strike for, so I'm just going to play it for a second. It was a really cool, like, show, apparently. I'm just going to kind of skip through. But anyway, yeah, the Olympic ceremonies have opening things, and it's really cool. It had nothing to do with the Last Supper. Fucking get help.
Nope. The Last Supper at the Olympics, and everybody was like, "Oh, isn't that cool?" The Last Supper.
You're misunderstanding something. You're misunderstanding something drastically. No president has ever posted a picture of himself as Jesus until
but
now.
Other people have.
And who gives a fuck about other people, first of all? And second, the one example you gave was a lie. That was the Feast of Dionysus, not the Last Supper. And besides all of that, who gives a fuck? We're talking about Donald Trump. Whataboutism at his finest, honestly.
And that's fine.
Yeah, who cares? Yes, that is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this guy, the thing that makes this crazy isn't the picture. That guy created this picture with AI, right. Fine, whatever. And he posts it and it goes viral. No one gave a fuck about that. Trump posted this.
I know.
That's what makes it crazy.
Yeah,
that's what no president has ever done before.
I do disagree with him posting that.
Great. Then you don't support him anymore? Is that right?
That should have never been posted.
Right.
I mean, even if he felt that, even if he liked it, don't post that. Here's what I'm trying to get out too. He's had people surround him that are very close, that give him advice. He's missing one really important lady probably right now that he has been outspoken about and said that he loves her. And if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be there and be in the spot that he is as president. Susie Wiles.
She's the chief of staff for the White House? No, that's not right. What the hell is Susie Wiles? I forget.
And I mean, she's there, but she's battling her own battle right now with cancer. And one of my MAGA friends said, don't you think maybe, not that she was a sounding board for him, but maybe she reeled him in a little bit at times and said, hey, don't do that. You know, hey, come on.
Like, I don't give a fuck what she did. He's the president. He shouldn't be doing that shit. If he needs somebody to reel him in on occasion, he's not qualified. Okay? The president has to make serious life or death decisions on a regular basis. I don't need another person reining those decisions in. I need him, competent and capable of reining in those decisions. If he's not capable of making good decisions, he should not be in the position without somebody else stepping in and saying, no, don't do that. That's absurd.
And she's not there a lot now because she is battling her own battle. And Godspeed to her. But maybe some of the people around him aren't offering up the best advice to help him either.
No.
Oh, it's always someone else's fault. He can never take the blame for any bad decisions. It's always someone else. Jesus Christ, dude. Seriously, they are in a cult. MAGA, it's a cult. It's a full-blown cult. And I know cults.
None of them are. None of them ever have. He has surrounded himself with people who are telling him, do whatever you want. You're brilliant. You're the best. Everything you do is great. And now we're in a war that he's losing, and it's costing Americans, I don't even know how much fucking money, grief, anguish.
Billions. And deaths. Money, grief, anguish, and death. So much fucking death. Unacceptable.
Every prices for everything through the roof. Everything's going up. His approval ratings in the fucking toilet.
Okay,
our economy is tanking.
On the last presser, which was a couple hours ago, they're saying maybe within 2 days they will have negotiated within 2 days. So I hope that's true.
Okay, it's not. They're not going to have Iran negotiated in 2 days. You know how long it took Obama? Years to hammer out that negotiation on the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. And Trump ripped it up in like months. They're not going to have anything hammered out in 2 days. It's a fucking joke.
Yeah, they said that 2 days ago. They said that a week ago.
I did look this up too. This is a pretty good, I like this. It said, which presidents were true Christians? Okay. True Christians. This is the poll. They said Jimmy Carter was number 38, Ronald Reagan number 40, George Bush 41, and Bill Clinton number 42. Okay. So those are, I Googled it. They said that is the list of presidents by religious affiliations that were most Christian.
I think Jimmy Carter was probably number one, honestly. He was very, very religious.
You think
so? Donald Trump needs to come closer to being with Christ, I do believe.
How much closer can he get? He posted a picture of himself wearing Christ's clothes.
Well, yeah, that is not good. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That is sacrilegious, right?
Yeah.
Blasphemy is the word. Yes, it is blasphemous.
Yes, I don't like it. I did not like it. He should not have posted it.
Right. And even he knew that. I don't know if he's ever... Right. And he's never done that.
Right.
He doesn't take shit down because that's admitting defeat in his mind.
Right.
So he knows that he fucked up here.
He took it down.
Admit that he knows he fucked up.
I think he did by taking it down, yes.
Okay. So my question really is, as a Catholic, are you offended by him posting this?
I was in the beginning, but then when I read the story of how he didn't create that,
No, fucking seriously. I don't understand. Why does it matter if he created it or not?
Other person did. Then another person ran with it and put the demon in it. But then he took that and posted it. He should not have posted it.
He looked at a picture of himself as Jesus Christ.
Right.
And thought, yeah, I'll post it. I am Jesus. There's a piece of him that believes that.
No, I don't.
Why would he post it then? Why would he post it?
Because he said it was a healing thing. He was a doctor. He was trying to...
God, she believes literally anything this dude says. It's insane.
Heal.
But that's a lie.
I totally do not believe that he thinks he's Jesus Christ.
I don't think he believes he's Jesus necessarily. It wouldn't really surprise me if he believed that, though, because there are actual Trump theologists out there who do believe that. And maybe he fell into that belief system. But one of my big problems here is that Donald Trump is feeding into it. He is allowing people to believe that about him. In fact, he's encouraging people to believe that about him with things like this.
That's my feeling. I really don't.
I don't think he believes he's Jesus Christ, but I think he believes he is above all humanity.
I don't believe that. And you know, with the Pope and Trump, there has to be a balancing act there. They're both great men. They need to balance.
They're both great men.
Need to work this out. But stay in their own lanes while they're doing it.
But Trump had literally posted a picture of himself as the Pope.
Right.
Back, I think, in May or something. He's
right.
Trump doesn't stay in any lane. He's in every lane, and he fucks them all up.
Let me show you this. I didn't even send this to you. There was stuff like this, and nobody.
Yeah, those were not created by, endorsed by, or posted by Obama. In fact, those pictures that we're looking at there of Obama as like Jesus, those are made by a Republican group to mock and make fun of the left, claiming that the left viewed Obama that way. That was, once again, the right being blasphemous, not the left.
Nobody came...
You're missing the entire point.
Came glued when we saw pictures like that.
Right. Do you know why, Mom?
Why? Because
Biden never posted it and Barack Obama never posted it.
Okay.
Anyone is free in the world to make imagery and art of whatever they want. It's the fact that the president himself posted that post on his official account. That's what makes this insane. not its existence.
Like I said, I was kind of upset when I saw it at first, but then when I read the background of it all.
Got every fucking excuse in the book. She will lay out every excuse she can possibly imagine. Insane.
I was not upset as a Catholic. And if you do the knee jerk where you go, I'm done with them, I'm over it, then that's your choice. But it's not my choice. So I'm sticking with him.
Right. What if he would have posted a picture of him making out with Jesus? Would that have swayed you in any way?
That's funny, dude.
With a sexual content, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so then that would have turned you off. But him just posing as Jesus, you're fine with it.
When I read the background, it was not Jesus. That was...
Oh, give it a rest, dude. It was Jesus. What's up? Nice outfit. What? I guess. Why don't you do it on your mic?
Hello again, chat. I'm here in person now. What's up? How are you guys doing? I got this outfit from Macy. This entire outfit is from Macy.
Cool. I like it. It's good. Ninja Turtles. Nice.
Yeah, she put the patches on. How are you guys? Oh, okay.
Hate short stuff.
Okay, listen. I'm not that short. I'm
Pretty
like
good.
5'3". Leave me alone.
That's a normal height, I think.
I was in Twitch chat and I was in YouTube chat.
Mm.
I gave everyone attention today.
How was that?
Interesting.
I'm watching that podcast I listened to, you know, The Necessary Conversation.
Oh, yeah.
I've
yeah.
mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that going?
It's going. They're talking about, they're Catholics, and they're talking about how Donald Trump is feuding with the Pope, and also how he posted an AI picture of himself as Jesus.
How do they feel about that?
She says when she was upset by it at first, but when she looked into the story a little deeper, she found out that he was just trying to heal America.
Right. Because that's how all my doctors dress.
Yeah. And that Jesus never dressed in red, which is nonsense. Like, we have no way of knowing what Jesus wore.
And all my doctors only dress in red, so you know
Right.
it's fine.
Yeah, that means he's a doctor.
Guys, it's really hot out here.
Is it? What's the temperature?
It's 87 outside.
Wow, that's hot.
And I have to take my bike to therapy, and then I have to take my bike to work.
Holy heckers.
I work from 5:30 to 9:30 today.
Yay. Is that good?
I like having money.
Okay.
I also work tomorrow and Saturday, and then I'm...
Also, 5:30 isn't terrible.
Yeah, I have time. I mean, I have therapy from 4 to 5, so I'll head straight over there after therapy.
Okay, that works.
Yeah, but 5:30 could be worse, and then I work 3:30 to 9:30 tomorrow, I think.
Wow, that's cutting it close.
Yeah. So I'll leave basically right after school.
Okay.
I took my friend's shift because I want money.
That makes sense. I get that.
I get paid tonight at 12 a.m., guys. I'm so happy. I'm so
Yay.
excited. Okay, I'm going to let you
You gonna give me any of
that? No.
Okay.
You going to give me any of your paycheck?
Maybe.
I'm going to eat some
If you promise
assorted
to give me
cookies.
some now, then I might. I'll think about it.
You'll think about it, all right.
All right. All right, back to the show.
Either him with a riff with the Pope or him trying to heal. I even saw another thing where it said, who's he trying to heal there? And someone
old white
said,
guy.
someone said, could it be Epstein? Then somebody goes, no, that's JFK Jr. That JFK Jr. is being re-erected and coming back.
Re-erected. JFK Jr. was killed in a plane crash, I believe, in 1994. And people blame it on Hillary Clinton all the time. They say that she had him killed because he found out she was Illuminati and all, you know. It's a QAnon thing. She's repeating QAnon garbage. That's fascinating, actually.
I'm like, what? So people are thinking way too much into that. It's crazy. You can believe whatever you want to believe it is. He shouldn't have posted it. That's how I feel. He took it down. He made a mistake.
But I can't believe that this is not having more of an effect on you, because every week when Haley challenges you guys and says you're not Christian and you're like, yes, we are. How dare you say that? And you act all offended. Now you've got Donald Trump telling the world he believes he is Jesus Christ, or at least that powerful.
I would say he's encouraging people to believe that he is Jesus. That's how I would frame it. I don't think that he believes that he's Jesus, but he's definitely trying to build out that cult mentality more.
And you're just like, whatever, it was a mistake.
That's not, like I said, I don't see it as that. Like,
Then you're a fool. I'm sorry.
he's thinking he's Jesus Christ. I don't see it at that.
How do you see it any other way? He's wearing Christ-like robes.
He is healing. That's a healing picture after I read the background of that picture.
He's healing with magical, godly powers as angels and demons are flying out of the sky behind him, and he's wearing a Jesus Christ robe.
He reposted something he shouldn't have reposted.
Yeah.
I'm more upset with our Pope. Why isn't our Pope taking a bigger stand on, like, all of the Nigerians that are getting killed? And
That's not happening. There are not Nigerian Christians being genocided. This is a claim from MAGA, and it's a lie. It's primarily a lie being pushed by Greg Locke, very much. It's just fabricated garbage. This is not happening. This was never happening. There are people dying in Nigeria indiscriminately. It's being done by some extremist group, and they're killing Christians, Muslims, non-religious people alike. They're not being targeted for their religious beliefs.
Africa. Why doesn't he take a stance more on that?
His whole stance has been anti-war and peace. Globally.
This guy, Chad on the left, he's not as plugged into politics as me, which makes sense because I'm very, very plugged into politics. So he probably doesn't know this Nigeria claim. He probably didn't know about Nick Adams, like, banning pigeons either, if I had to guess, from his district. But the point is, like, everything out of... Oh, and the Olympic Games thing, how it was the Feast of Dionysus, is completely made up. I make it my business to follow all of the QAnon claims and debunk every one of them. I want to know all of them and understand them. People don't have the time for that unless it's their full-time job, like yours truly, so... I can pinpoint every lie that she repeats. I don't even know that she realizes they're lies. Did she really not know that it was the Feast of Dionysus? Probably not, right? She probably really thought that. But you gotta, follow this shit and call it out when the QAnoners start repeating it.
Everywhere. What are you talking about?
Maybe he should go to that country and help those people.
You think the Pope didn't send people to fucking African countries to help them? Are you shitting me? To quote-unquote help them? They're probably most famous for going to Africa and meddling there.
Okay. Do you want me to play any of these videos? What's the deal?
Yeah. Go to number one. It's not on topic.
What's number one?
Number one is the White House official TikTok page. And I really like this clip.
White House official TikTok page. Is it the DoorDash one?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Yes, this woman, it turned out that she's an actor. They hired her to do this as a staged photo op.
We're watching a video of the DoorDash grandma here, bringing some DoorDash McDonald's to... God, this is
nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Because, of course, he answers the door. Because, of course, DoorDashers keep a camera, a 4K high-quality camera in their car and outside of their car on a tripod to film when they get in and out of their cars, right? The whole thing is obviously staged.
I have your DoorDash order for you, Mr. President.
Oh, that's very nice. Look at this. The reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 because the tax bill was so big. The refund was the biggest you've ever had. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I saved over $11,000.
It's really, we call it the great big beautiful bill. We should call it the great big beautiful tax cut bill because it's tremendous.
She didn't save $11,000. She wasn't taxed on $11,000, which she may not have been taxed on anyway if that's all that she made, if this was her only job. Tax brackets and all that. Hilariously, people started doing some digging and discovered that she also testified at some hearing on behalf of Republicans in Nevada a while back. So that basically they are hiring her. They have been hiring her to astroturf, to lie, to show up to places and pretend to be a supporter of this or that. Is the bottom line here.
Tremendous amounts of money.
And are the White House good tippers? Do you know?
Wait.
Potentially. Yes, very.
And I especially want to thank you for being here.
Well, I want to thank you for the no tax on tips. It has helped my family out immensely, and I definitely appreciate it.
You know what's really sad about this? If you listen to her story, she'll tell you that she's doing this DoorDash job because her husband has cancer and she's trying to pay for his cancer treatments and has completely bankrupted her. That would not exist in a civilized country, that problem. And they're celebrating her getting no tax on tips. Like, who fucking cares? You shouldn't have to pay for this in the first place.
Thank you.
Now that's a good feel, right, Chad?
No. Are you fucking out of your mind?
No tax on tips. I
That
have
is one of
friends
the most
that work for
grotesque
tips.
things I
And
have
they-
ever seen in my life. That woman.
Why?
Did you read up on that woman, how she had to take a DoorDash job to pay for her husband's cancer treatments?
I'm sad about that. Yeah.
Right. So now here she is in this weird fucking press thing for Donald Trump to try and make him look good.
Obviously staged. Clear as day. Could not be clearer.
He opens the door to his golden gilded billionaire palace. And here's $100. Thanks for the cheeseburgers. That's
God.
literally a billionaire.
Look at my hair.
That guy could pay for all of her husband's cancer treatments and not bat an eye. Instead,
And maybe
here's
he
$100.
did.
Thanks for the cheeseburgers.
And maybe he did. You don't know.
No, he
for
fucking
that.
didn't.
No, if he did, he would have publicized that, obviously.
We would have known about that for sure. There'd be a big post about that.
I love that video. I have friends that are making more money now because of that.
It's grotesque, Mom.
Okay. No, I like it.
The fact that you can watch that video, that's a billionaire using a regular working person as a prop to say, look how good I've done.
No, that was a commercial. It was like a commercial on the
for Trump.
White House TikTok page. What's wrong with that? We all do commercials.
For DoorDash?
No, not for DoorDash, but I liked it.
It was vile and just shows how completely out of touch the ultra rich are. They have no fucking clue what it's like to suffer. And I'm not even convinced that she's suffering, honestly. I'm not convinced any of her story is real because we discovered that she was in Nevada at some hearing. They said that she's from Alabama. Why was she at a Nevada hearing testifying?
Okay. Next video. What else you got?
I don't know. Let me see which one.
There were 6 of them here. You want me to just start going through them?
I like David Harris one.
David Harris. I'm not sure who that is.
That was number 6, I bet.
This is the last one. I
David
don't know if
Harris.
this is it or not, but
So obviously, Trump's post
No.
depicting himself as Jesus is extremely problematic.
It's okay.
We have already discussed that. And one of my girlfriends this morning, she was like, can you imagine the ChatGPT prompt that Trump used to create this image? But it turns out he's actually not the originator of this image. It's a guy named Nick Adams.
we
He's from
already
Australia.
discussed
He's
this.
a Trump appointee.
We already discussed that one. I will remove it.
David Harris, number 6.
I don't know which one that is.
It would be
You
the
just
last.
send me like a flurry of emails, and then there's like 3 videos, and then you're like, and this one, and this. Oh, we have to watch this one. I
It
have
would
no
be
idea.
the last one I sent you.
No, that was the last one that you sent me.
Okay, click on another one. David
All right.
Harris should be in there.
Is this it?
No, but this is okay. It's short.
We can't use that one. It has
That was the
copywritten
one I was
music in it.
trying to.
Right. So that
ahead.
is basically you saying Obama has pictures of him as Jesus too, and that guy's like, we have such a selective memory. Again,
those were done by Republicans to make fun of Obama. Once again, an example of blasphemy.
None of that means anything. That's pure stupidity what that guy is doing.
Oh, okay.
The thing that means something is Trump posted it.
Okay.
A sitting U.S. president posted a picture of himself as Jesus Christ.
Okay, go on the
Yeah,
next.
like, how does that not connect with her? I don't understand.
Next.
All right. Is this David Harris?
And now we have the
hope it-
backstory that makes
Is that
it
him?
all make sense. I wonder how every single person that jumped to conclusions thinking that President Trump was trying to depict himself as the Messiah feels now. So Nick Adams is actually the one that created the picture of President Trump laying his hands on the guy in the hospital bed, basically. He posted the original image in February 4th. Everybody loved it. His description was, President Trump is healing America. Nobody had a problem with it. Somebody took the image, adjusted.
Well, nobody knew about it. It's not that nobody had a problem with it. We just weren't even aware that this dipshit was posting shit like that. But Trump posting it, completely different ballgame than some jagoff posting it, obviously.
The military people in the sky to make it look a little bit more like they're angels or something. All they did, that's who's Trump's team posted, probably with the same understanding that this image is Trump healing America.
Fucking please. They are desperate to turn this into something other than what it is, which is Donald Trump portraying himself as Jesus.
Which everybody's prayed for and believe that that's exactly what he's doing. Most Christians and people of faith support President Trump because he's got the White House Office of Faith right next to the Oval Office. He's done more for religious liberties than any past president that I know of. They still want to attack him.
Well, he hasn't done anything for religious liberty except for reverse it. Religious liberty means you have the right to live your life the way that you want to live it, regardless of what religion, if any, that you are. And Trump is preventing Muslims from emigrating to the United States, preventing Muslims from immigrating to the United States. He's harassing Muslims who are here. He's making religious freedom more difficult for people. So don't fucking tell me that he gives a shit about religious liberty. He does not, obviously.
People just didn't wait. Why is everybody so quick to jump to conclusions and throw stones at a man that's literally trying to defend and save this country? And I firmly believe God chose him to do it. God selected him to do it. And God wasn't tripping when he saw that image.
That is insane.
Were you?
I liked that clip.
I know. A couple things in there. One, he's done more for religious liberty than any other president. Do you remember in his first term when he was threatening to have Muslim registration sites and making a database of all Muslims in the United States?
No, I did not.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Convenient that you would forget that. So let me ask you about this demon in the middle of the picture. Who did that and why do you think they did it?
That one I don't know. I kind of looked it up. It said The Last Call. That one in the middle was called The Last Call, like the end of the world or what?
I'm not familiar with the demon thing.
I don't know either, but clearly before he posted it, he didn't just repost that guy's original image. They augmented it so that a demon is in the middle of it, coming from heaven to destroy the earth, I guess.
No, I don't think that's it. When I read it, let me look. The Last Call has something to do with like rapture and going to the end of the world, I guess, to the end of it all.
Well, all Christianity is a death cult.
Okay, I know you don't believe in...
Okay, you're not winning her over with that one. I can kind of agree to some degree a little bit, but that's not, I don't know. I don't think that's going to convince her of anything. I think it's going to turn her off from it. but all right.
God and all that. I know that. And that just breaks my heart that you and Haley don't believe in God.
I never said that.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
I believe in something bigger than us, yeah.
What do you believe in?
Human consciousness, or consciousness generally. I think whatever the fundamental kind of makeup of this existence is, I don't think anybody knows. Certainly no religion, no scientist knows it yet. But I definitely think we all can feel that there is something beyond this.
Yeah, he's a little bit... I guess you'd call him spiritual. And I disagree with him on that, but that's okay. I don't really care.
But all Christianity believe, or at least Catholicism and many different sects of Christianity, believe that there is going to be an end of times, a rapture. God will come to destroy humanity and take the worthy to heaven, right?
Right.
That's a death cult.
Not a death cult. It's like afterwards what's going to happen.
But you all are okay with the idea that God is going to return to the earth and destroy everything.
No, right? I want to believe that there's more than just death.
I think what makes something a cult is its degree of control over the adherents, how restrictive it is, how much outside information you're allowed to consume, how many family members it restricts you from interacting with, things like that. And what makes something a death cult as opposed to a cult is that it's at risk of, like, they're obsessed with death, they're obsessed with sacrificing themselves, maybe to the point of, you know, actually checking out as a group, maybe even that far, like Heaven's Gate. I don't think it necessarily has to be about killing yourselves, but it can be about just being obsessed with martyrdom or death otherwise, in my opinion.
Death. That after death.
I understand, but to get to heaven, eventually, you believe there has to be the rapture where God takes every soul to heaven that is worthy.
Right.
And what exists on earth after that is called Armageddon, where everybody dies in pain and suffering.
Well, in how many billions of years the earth will not be here anyway.
Okay.
So you're thinking way too deep in all of this. I just...
Oh, sorry. Got to keep it surface level. Trump was just wearing his best red jacket. Okay.
I still love my Trump. I still love him as a
I still love my Trump
president. And within the next week, I hope that we have this war kind of done, over.
Sure, of course. But you're still not, like, getting the big point here is he posted a picture of himself as Jesus. Then he lied to everybody and said, no, I was a doctor. Like, that lie, you don't find that insane?
Yes, I do. He shouldn't have done that. It's don't lie. Just say the truth. Say I shouldn't have posted it.
But he did. And you still support him despite that. You don't want to give him any kind of accountability here. And until he has some, he's going to keep doing shit like this. I just don't understand.
Apologize and go on. I really think in 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks from our Sunday podcast, this will have already blown over. We'll be on to the war. We'll be on to something next. I know one of the clips that I wanted and you didn't have it. It was J.D. Vance.
I have 2 more that you sent me.
Do one on J.D. Vance, what he says about this.
Did you send me that?
I mean, J.D. Vance is a Catholic, right? So.
Yes, I did.
Is it this one?
Okay, it was about
J.D.
Pope.
Vance.
This was about the Pope, in my opinion. Figured it out.
Okay.
That one
is
was
it this
kind of
one?
crazy.
Hey, Vern, where was this energy here? Or what about here, Vern?
That's all you sent me.
Oh, you didn't get the J.D. Vance one. He said
When
more
did you
like,
send it? This morning, 10 minutes before we were about to start?
No, it was last night. I've got
Those are the only
something
ones I
weird though
got
with my trash in my computer. Once I hit the trash, it just starts deleting everything.
Yeah.
Because I always check to make sure they went through. So when I went to the trash, it was gone.
You know what they need? They need Briefcase. My app. Seriously. They need a copy of that. Selling a copy of my app is like really, really challenging, and I haven't actually like moved forward to try to do that. But there are so many people who could like legitimately use a copy of it.
He said more or less that it was a joke. Yeah.
Right, but that's what they say about everything. That they know when they fuck up, when they do something bad, all Republicans are like, oh, that was just a joke. You can't take a joke. But then when Jimmy Kimmel makes a joke about Donald Trump, oh my God, he should be removed from the airwaves. This is outrageous. So,
but out of all the Catholics, J.D. Vance is a huge Catholic in faith person, and he thought it was a joke.
I mean, he converted in 2019, right? So, also, he absolutely does not think it was a joke. He can say he thinks it was a joke. He knows damn well it wasn't.
But I know.
But J.D. Vance is lying. Do you remember J.D. Vance before Trump became president? He was a never Trumper. He said Trump is unfit for office. He's a grifter. He's a piece of shit. I'll never vote for him. That's what he said. He said
He called him America's Hitler, yeah.
Thinking about voting for Hillary Clinton in that election because he could not vote for Trump.
But he changed his mind. Yeah.
No shit. I wonder why.
Yeah. Again, let's just go over what we talked about. I feel Trump should not have posted that. He did. He made a mistake. He should have not said he's a doctor.
This was not a mistake. This whole thing was intentional on Trump's part. You cannot tell me you believe this was a mistake.
Or whatever he said. I do feel, though, after I read a whole bunch and looked it through, he was healing. That was a picture.
Fucking please.
With him healing people. And, you know, when he did take over this time as president, I really, in my heart, I was like, I don't know if he can do this. Our country is so screwed up. I don't even know if he can lead us and do this. But I think he's doing okay.
I'm going to put this picture back up.
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's take away the fact, like, let's say that he was not in Jesus robes. Let's say that he was dressed in just like a suit with his red tie. But everything else is the same. Magical powers, heavenly angels and demons, all of that. Don't you think that would also be crazy?
No, maybe it would be better. I could see Statue of Liberty, a soldier, a nurse.
Yes, I know you can see all these things. I'm saying, generally speaking, this is a picture of a guy using magical heavenly powers to heal a sick old white guy in a bed.
Right.
For the president to post that, whether he's in Jesus robes or not, is an egomaniac. It's a huge narcissist. You don't see that?
Why don't you call the man that made this that?
He is.
Because it doesn't matter who made it. Trump fucking posted it. That's what makes this crazy.
Right. He reposted it. But like he did another one early on like this too that he shouldn't have. Remember, we talked about that. Like I said, the people around him, one of his very biggest fans.
It's always everyone else's fault. It's never Trump's fault, right?
And she's not there right now. Somebody needs to get close to him again and say, stop this, because this is ridiculous. Yeah.
But you're saying stop this, it's ridiculous. What I'm trying to get at is there should be some conflict in you right now as a self-professed Catholic.
And there doesn't appear to be, right?
Right.
That this guy is posting these blasphemous images that Marjorie Taylor Greene calls antichrist energy.
Uh-huh.
And it is. That's like the Antichrist will show up and convince people that he is Christ. That's that whole mythology, right?
But she
He's
doesn't
literally
like Trump
trying
now.
to do that. Huh?
She doesn't like Trump now, so she's...
What, so she's not credible now? You can't, like, listen to a word she says now because she doesn't like Donald Trump? Are you fucking kidding me?
She's going to say bad things.
Right.
Right.
But she has her reasons for why she doesn't like him, and this is part of that, is that he's posting these blasphemous images. He is not apologizing. He took this one down, but he clearly believes himself to be some kind of Christ-like figure.
I don't believe that. I've listened to Bill O'Reilly. I've listened to the
very credible source, Bill O'Reilly.
The other guy, who's the other guy that I like to listen to, and they both said Trump does not think he's Jesus Christ.
I'm saying he does. Now what?
I don't think he does.
Okay.
But I do believe, and I've said that, he shouldn't have posted that. He should not have reposted that.
But when it comes to a point, like what if the Pope says, I don't want you to vote for Trump? Will you abide by the Pope or will you go to Trump?
This is what Hitler feared the most during World War II, or leading up to it. He feared that the Pope would turn on him fully, and he was trying to erode the Pope's legitimacy so that he didn't have to worry about half his military laying down their arms and walking away because the Pope told them to, basically. It never actually came to that. Like, even there was something called the hidden encyclical, which never actually made it to, like, the Pope's lips. He died before he could deliver it. But even that was just a very mild criticism of Nazi ideology. It was basically just the Pope saying, Romans 9-11 says anybody can come to Jesus, including Jews. So Jewish converts to Christianity should be allowed to go to mass and stuff. That was it. It wasn't even about how Jews shouldn't be killed or whatever.
No, because at this point, my Pope is not staying in his lane either. And there's some things that he does that I don't like.
You keep saying that the Pope's not staying in his lane. What is the Pope's lane?
To take care of the people in Africa that are being slaughtered.
No, it's religion and morality.
To know that this war
explain
is
this
over.
to you anymore.
To know that what?
Huh? The
What?
Pope is God's voice on earth. His lane is all creation.
Well, I believe some of that, I guess, but I also believe that
Then you're not Catholic if you don't believe that. That is Catholic doctrine.
he is way leaning into his beliefs without God a little bit now or something. I don't know.
Okay.
He needs to stay in his lane and let Trump do his thing, and both of you quit fighting. And what the Pope wants to do too is bring all religions together as one. That will
What? What the fuck are you talking about? No, he doesn't. He wants to convert everybody to Catholicism. The Pope wants to join Islam into Catholicism? What are you talking about? This is completely fabricated garbage.
never happen. That's not never going to happen.
Mom, you're missing again this kind of like bigger point. You're saying the Pope needs to stay in his lane.
Right.
You either are Catholic or you're not.
I'm a Catholic. I was
Okay.
confirmed a Catholic,
But
baptized a
you're
Catholic,
allowing
married
this
as a
politician.
Catholic.
Yes, you're allowing this politician to now come into the religious realm, specifically against your Pope, and start to take ground there.
No,
And
I'm
that's where the separation of church and state starts
Right.
to erode, is you have a president presenting himself as Jesus, fighting with the Pope, saying the Pope is a bad person, and now Catholics have to make a choice. Catholics who voted for Trump anyway.
Right.
Do I go with Trump and go against my religion, or do I stick with my religion and go against Trump? And you cannot go against Trump. That should show you something. Like, think about that. Think about if ever in your life there was a Pope who said, this president is doing bad, in any other time, would you have sided with the president over the Pope?
I don't know.
Absolutely not. This is a cult.
It depends on the war situation, what's going on. I don't want a Pope to lead me into a war or
Well, the Pope's trying to lead you out of a fucking war. Are you kidding me?
not. I would
But the
rather
Pope's
have
not
Donald
doing that.
Trump take me into a war.
Donald Trump created the war.
Okay, we've
The
been
Pope
over
is
that.
saying war is bad. You
Right,
agree
well,
with that, right? I
now
assume.
now that we're in it, we need to finish it. And the Pope doesn't see it like that, I don't think.
You know how you finish it? By getting troops out.
Both of these men are great.
No.
Both of these men are great.
No?
They need to do their own thing. Stay in their own lane. And
Well,
quit
what lane do you
posting-
think Donald Trump is?
And quit posting weird little memes, Donald Trump, without knowing the background of them.
Okay. Well, that wraps this up, I guess.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. You just, I thought for sure you would have a little bit of stumble here, that you'd be like, well, shit, I have to go with my Pope. But nope, you shit on your own Pope and then support Donald Trump doing whatever he wants.
I'm not shitting on the Pope.
She absolutely just spent like an hour shitting on the Pope.
Yeah, you told him to
But
stay
I'm
in his
not
own lane.
shitting on Donald Trump either.
You said the
I
Pope
think
has to
they're
stay in his
both-
own lane.
They both have a little bit of wrong in them right here, and they need to get over it, unify, get our war done,
This is fucking insane.
bless our people wherever they may be that need blessing. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Bless us all.
Well, that's a very fitting ending to this episode. Thank you, Mom, for joining me for it. Thank you all for joining us for this. I'm sure we're going to be talking about this on Sunday, too, because I am very curious to see what Dad says, although I have a feeling I know. He should bomb the Vatican. We will.
Yeah, probably. You know, Hitler actually tried to kidnap the Pope. He assigned somebody, and this should show how far the Pope's power stretched. Hitler assigned one of his generals, General Wolf, to draw up a plan to kidnap the Pope. And the general called the Vatican and told the Pope that he wanted him to go through this plan. So he says, let me get back to you on this. And then he calls the Vatican, tells them what was going on. A week later, Hitler calls him again, and he says, where are we on this? And Wolf basically said, this is going to take us like 3 months. And Hitler said, that's way too long. I want this now. What do we need to do to get it done? And Wolf said, there's just nothing I can do to make it happen any faster. So, 6 weeks later, he calls him again. He says, where are we? And he says, we're still pretty far out. And he just kept dragging him along all the way. He was dragging Hitler along. That's how far the Pope's power stretched. It was even among Hitler's generals, basically disobeying orders directly because they didn't want to hurt the Pope. Anyway, yeah, tell me what you think about it in the comments. That was really interesting, actually. Wild how MAGA people just support Trump over literally everybody and everything. Full stop. Tell me your thoughts. Okay, I'm going to get out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun, and I will see you guys on the flippity flip, which is to say on Sunday, all right?